fucking gremlin laughter. Ow! It's not perfect, but it's certainly a lot of fun. It's a great chance to... What are we doing? What are we doing with our life? What are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Jesus Christ. Close enough to practically sniff his taint here. Now. Yeah, I've pissed somebody off. Oh my, didn't you see it? Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! Oh yes! Alrighty, hello everybody, welcome back to some, well, actually, well, okay, Jesus Christ. Starting the stream works a lot better if I don't fat finger all of the buttons at the same time. Welcome back to some, Transport Fever 2, which is going to be... if you weren't here for the last stream where we started this affair, this is going to be my nice, chill, city builder stream that we do to kind of, well, I say city builder. It's not really the right choice for it. I don't really know how to describe this name. Transport builder? I don't know. Anyway, it's going to replace City Skylines 2, which wasn't quite tickling my pickle. Squag. Yeah, last time out we had the squeg train, didn't we, Beans? Right, let me get my headset on so I can hear what the fuck. So yeah, basically we have a absolutely fucking humongous map for us to deal with here in Transport Fever 2, but right now it's only, I actually thought it was 1851, but it's the tail end of 1850, so I'm running the game on quite a low speed, because the game just moves unreasonably fast, if you have it at like the base game speeds. So there's about 600 mods in play here, so yeah. So basically, starting off our little network here, we have what chat pretty much demanded that I referred to as Port Bumley, which comes from a misinterpretation of Burnley on a different map that I was doing to get things ready for stream. So we of course had to include that here. So everything kind of is going to connect to Port Bumley over here. Bumley. Everything is eventually going to connect to Port Bumley over here on this island. And this, Bumley, my beloved. So Port Bumley is basically going to be something of a cargo terminal, and the one on the I guess I could almost refer to this as the mainland. The one on the mainland is basically going to be right across the water for it, so it's going to be a very, very short ferry ride, but that's to save us from having to spend millions on a massive bridge. As boats become more expensive, maybe that might be something we deal with in the future. But for just now, I think I'm quite happy with the way it is. So yeah, so we have Port Bumley. Oh, Jesus Christ, that was a horrible noise. Let's turn you down a little bit. So Port Bumley is a combined passenger and freight station. So we can see we've got some cargo trains coming in doing cargo train stuff. And then, oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, Badger, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, you just as you come, of course you come in just as we're talking about Port Bumley. Bumley! Yep. Yeah, so from Port Bumley, so basically what I spent some time doing after stream last time was improving the railway fencing so that everything just looks the part. So the train cuts through the forest a ways. And here's the passenger train beelining into Port So yeah, we cut through the forest here, and then we end up in the in this little kind of segmented off railway area here. So some nice wide open spaces here. We've got some signal boxes and whatnot here. So we've got the Bumley Forest, which actually needs to be renamed. You need to be the Bumley Forest. Bumley Forest. Bumley Forestry. For 8. Oh, okay. Don't know what happened there.
Squeg squeegg
Oh, no.
squeg squeegg squeg squeegg
This is all I see.
squeg
Oh, never mind, it doesn't even come up.
squeg squeegg
All I see is a wall of squags right now.
squeg squeegg squeg squeegg squeg squeegg.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Beans, thank you for the 53-month resub. Jesus Christ. Squag. Squags. I can see I'm gonna get tortured by squags again. Fine. Boris. Bumley Forest. I combined those two words there. Boris has now been appropriately renamed, and then it comes over here to the sawmill works, and then we come over here. So this is basically what I've been spending my time doing while we were off air last time. So we can see we've got some good looking signals, some good looking fencing around the area. I even added some random people. So this is kind of representing the gatekeeper, who would kind of work in and out of this house and close down the gates whenever a train was coming by. It then cuts through another little forest here, which this would be the Sandwich Forest if there was a forestry works here, and we come into Sandwich proper, the Bumley delicacy, a Scotch squag. I like that actually, a Scotch squag. So we have a little mini train yard here. So we've got some spare locomotives and some spare guard vans around about Sandwich. So Sandwich has a little bit of a freight depot on the go, which is getting in some grain. And the grain is picked up from Sandwich and taken elsewhere. Continuing east along the main line, so I could do to maybe polish up. So these houses got unexpectedly close, and it ended up really fucking up the fence there. So I need to polish off this and redo this at some point, but I'm not actually sure if I'm gonna end up having enough space to do it. I'll need to ponder what I do. Anyway, we come past Sandwich Industrial Yard again. We've got this like hilltop retained wall kind of area. We've got another level crossing here, which until the Sandwichinians continue this road upwards, there's nothing. This road doesn't really lead to anything, so nothing is going to be built there. And we will leave the town. We come out and then we go from city fencing to countryside fencing. And you can see this is the Sandwich farm where these guys are picking up their grain from. So trains are cutting backwards and forward. It's now quite a long journey over to the next place, which is, I've forgotten its fucking name, Featherstone. Get down to Bumley Greg's. Get me an industrial sandwich. A sandwich farm? Yeah, a sandwich farm. I mean, it makes grain, which gets turned into bread. So, I guess technically, yeah, it's a sandwich farm. Technically, harvest the sandwiches. Would a square chicken lay a square egg? A chick-cube squag. God, that entire sentence is cursed, Beans. Jesus Christ. So coming over to Featherstone, we have another train station, which is very similar to Sandwich train station, featuring a little bit of a pond, and then it carries off next to the bakery. Yeah, cool. So today's objective, so basically we've got all the industries. So if we refer to this as the East Island, although no doubt I'm going to get a petition very, very soon to call it Bumley Island. But if we if we refer to this as the East Island, then we're connecting most of the industries to Port Bumley, which is going to be our main egress of stuff. Bumley Island, do it. Yeah, okay. I had a feeling that was coming. I wish I could like name certain landmarks, but yeah. Would this make this Bumley Hill or Bumley Crag or Bumley Crag? So our goal today, Bumley Crag. Well, it's a double mountain range with a bit of a gap in the middle, so this could be the Bumley Crag. Bumley Crag. Ah, jeez. So yeah, this is all I'm seeing is Bumley. There's gonna be a lot of bums this stream, isn't there? So yeah, our goal today is to bring this little train line here, up. Now this is quite a tight valley, so I'm gonna need to bring it up, probably hugging pretty much the road, and then from the farm, we're gonna have to take it through the forests, probably going to be a bit of a dog shit, slow, windy loop, and we're gonna end up here at backup, where this route is basically going to terminate because there is industries on this part of the island, but there is no way for me to fucking get to them. Ludlow Waste Management Facility is closing. So the caveat to running the game slower than normal is that I make more money per year. I don't unlock new vehicles particularly fast, but my maintenance goes up. So even though it's only been a year, we can see that the shit that's running through Sandwich Farm is not currently in very good condition. And the problem with condition, so condition doesn't affect its speed, and it doesn't affect its what's it called? Words and things and words. It doesn't affect its speed, it doesn't affect its capacity, it doesn't affect its reliability. What it does affect is its emissions. So basically what we're saying is that the horses are farting extra loud. So because this route actually cuts through a town, all of this is getting worse emissions than normal. So we could probably do to replace that, especially while we have the $100 bill. So let's do that one. Let's manage all of the vehicles on this. And we are going to replace these for some more horse-drawn carriages. And we're going to up the running costs, because we have the money for the running costs, but I want to hold on to these as much as possible. As a general rule of thumb, the more expensive a vehicle is to purchase, the longer it's going to last you. I need to do something with this steel mill at some point, but yeah, I don't. Actually, this steel mill is going to be more useful than this steel mill, because this is a base game steel mill, so it takes in coal and iron ore to make steel. This is a advanced steel mill, so it takes in the same thing, but it produces slag, and slag, you know, isn't what you might call somebody who's mouthing off to you. We can actually use this in we can actually use this to make bricks. Yeah, here we go. Here's an advanced brick factory. So I can either use marble and stone to make bricks, or I can make sand to make concrete bricks, or I can actually use slag to make bricks. So this one is more useful for us, but right now we don't really have anything that I can really connect to this, so it's kind of a moot point. The Bumley cheeks rise either side of the Bumley crack. You gather up Bumley slags. Well, at the moment we're not producing any Bumley slags, but in theory, yes, eventually. So, what we'll need to do So I don't think trains coming past here are going to be able to go particularly fucking fast. Yeah, okay, this is kind of gonna be a smidgen of an issue. Okay, so what I want to do, let's do. Beans. So there's too much slope here. Fine, I know where I want this to be. So this is gonna have to come over here. So this is gonna get quite expensive, I reckon, because we're gonna be doing a lot of cuttings into the ground. I think if I try and make this follow the road, we're going to get like a too much curvature error. So I think instead of that, let's just have you tick over and... Okay, alright, fine. If you're going to be an absolute cunt waffle. So it says too much slope. I don't know if that's true or not, though. Alright, let's see what happens if I just connect this up. Okay, there's still too much fucking slope. I wonder if there's too much slope between the road. I don't know, this doesn't seem... I don't know. I do not fucking know. Okay, we're gonna have to do this as a cutting. So let's bring this over here. This part of the line is gonna be super expensive. Thankfully, we've got lots of money to hand. And I've got 15 millions in loan that I can take out whenever I need to. See, this didn't turn out too much slope at all. What you talking about? What you talking about? Fine, so I got a little bit of this here, and then I'm gonna need probably you to come over to here. That's actually looking pretty halfway decent. So yeah, if I just have this, seems to just be certain parts. Yeah, it does just seem to be certain parts of this that it doesn't like. If we bring you over to here, and then we just get you back onto the road. So this is definitely going to be a slower bit of track. It doesn't need to be that slow, actually. Fuck it, let's just get rid of it. Okay, tell you what we need to do. Cost. Oh, fuck, okay, I need to take out some loanage. Alright, let's get back to the track. So if we do this, that should be a good little segment for us to work with. So from here up until here. So let's bring you over to... What do you mean construction not possible? What do you mean? Okay, there we go. Fine. Fine. So we're just very much having this train track follow the road. We're going to bring it up... Oh, I don't like that. I do not like that. Let's make that look a little bit prettier. There we go. Fine. So the plan for now is we're going to bring the train tracks up near to this farm, but it's not going to connect to the train tracks going south, purely because I want to use this farm product to come over here to the brewery. God, how I'm gonna get a train through this is going to be an absolute fucking testicular torsion. Jesus Christ, it might actually probably be best to tunnel it, to be honest. But then, how do I even get it into... Oh God, okay. Yeah, this is kind of going to be a bit brutal. I might actually just have to tunnel the whole fucking thing through. Alright, fuck it. Let's just get the train tracks around the corner to start with. Hi, phone. Thank you. I don't know why it's giving me a BBC News notification for a fucking YouTube video that's just been posted. That's fucking weird. Okay, let's bring you around here. Let's keep it at 60 miles an hour, because the more speed we can keep in this line, the better it's going to be for us. I think from here to... Oh god, okay, Jesus. Actually, okay, I might start thinking about diverging this. So we'll go from here to here to here to here. And then I think I probably want the train line... let's see. Yeah, okay, this is actually, the easiest way of doing this is to just make it cut through the fucking mountain. In which case, what is the shortest way is probably here, all things considered. So let's do a little double set of tracks here for the shits and gigs. Oh, brother, this is gonna get hella expensive. Fine, so let's bring you over to about here-ish. And then you over to here. And then we'll bring this all the way around. So nice and smooth, basically, as much as we can. We'll try and keep the grade as low as we can. And then this is gonna get... this is going to get very, very hella expensive. So I'm gonna need... This is probably gonna cost me about 5 million. So let's just buy an absolute shit ton of... Alright, let's just take out a shit ton of loan. For now. And straight away it's gone into tunnel mode. Yeah, so I was almost spot on there. 5 million. Let's have you come down as much as possible. Fine. Okay, I think I can work with this one. So let's take that one there. So that's a cheeky 5 mil that we've dropped there. We can definitely double up on this tunnel though. So thankfully it only costs us half the price to expand it by a second track. So here we go. There is a little bit of tunnel on the go there. Let's make this look a little bit more like an impressive tunnel entrance. There we go. God, we can see the fucking, Jesus Christ, curvature of that. So I'll definitely be able to put a train station there and connect it on over to this. So this is fine. What we now have to do is work on a way of getting it over... Oh. I wonder if we do a series of bridges and do this as like a viaduct design. And then maybe have like the final train station here. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves a passenger terminus station. Oh, fuck. I did not mean to place you down there. Fuck. So a passenger terminus station, which we are going to plonk in pretty much here. Let's have you curl over a little bit. Which kind of game uses M and N for their fucking key bindings to turn? This is such a weird thing. Alright, let's have you... Actually, there's a crossing here, so let's have you come over. Okay, that's good enough for us. Fine, so I should be able to get another part to this straight away. Fine, so this part of the train track is going to be probably quite difficult. Let's raise you up. You raise me up. And let's get you as a bridge. If the game will stop spazzing out on me for 2 fucking seconds. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm actually not too worried about this bridge because there's no boats that can get through here anyway. If we look at the water map, boats can get basically, well, to anything over here, but a boat would ground out about here, so there's no boats that can get to back up, so I don't actually have to be too worried about sacrificing the height of this bridge. So let's bring it down. Yeah, let's just get it nice and even. Actually, that's not too bad at all. And then we'll probably have to do the same thing over there. So we're going to be making a few bridges here, I reckon, actually. Fine. That's a pretty looking bridge here. And then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise you up to that same level. And this is going to allow us to have a brief stretch of this. So hang on, where's this curling? Okay, I want this part to curl over here. So what height did we say this all started at? This is all. They're saying probably about here. So let's just get our bridges in order, to start us off with. So if we say here to, let's call it here, that will be fine? Question mark. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And then if we do another bridge, probably. Oh, you look a lot lower. If we call it here to here? Question mark? That might be acceptable. So let's raise this up a bit. There'll be method to this madness in due course. Let's do the same thing over here. And over here by the forest. Fine. Fine. So the reason why I'm doing this in particular is because if I don't, it'll try to continue it as a bridge. So I have to raise the terrain up to kind of fit into that a little bit. So if I do this, oh god, that's expensive, but that's fine. That's going to keep us above here. So let's pay some good $100 bill for this one. And this is effectively the main part of this line. So once this is done, we can actually go ahead and start connecting the industry. So here we go. We've got this bridge connected. And so the reason why I did it this way. So this is one of So the reason why I've done it this way is because if this continued as this bridge, then if I try to change what type this bridge is going to be, it's basically going to shout at me. But what are our options for bridge? Oh, that's interesting. I quite like the first one though. That first one was kind of pretty. Nice for a nice simple bridge. So with this one here, so this is a wood bridge with white railings. I can actually change you to be an embankment, which will cost us more money in landscaping, but is going to work a little bit better when we start diverging lines off of it, which we are very certainly going to be doing. Cool. So we've blown through half of our money reserves right now, so, you know, terrific. Let's go ahead and get this shit over. So we've expanded that bridge, that's fine. Let's expand this bridge over to here. This is fine. Let's connect these two. So thankfully this comes up a little bit more, so there's a bit of a hill that means we can save some money because the landscaping is already ideal for us. And then we need to add a cargo segment to this. So backup train station. Let's get another set of track in. So I'll actually get rid of these tracks real quick. And this is a terminus, so we'll set a speed limit as 19 miles an hour. And we'll do the same here. And then we'll do cargo platforms. Here we go, cargo platform. So we'll get that put in. That's all gonna look very prim and proper and all of that noise. Okay, let's come out of this for a second. I'm actually gonna get rid of this line. So as the train comes over here, I'm gonna shorten the speed limit down to 30 miles an hour until we get into the station. That's gonna come up here, and only on the other side of the bridge is it gonna open out to whatever it wants to be. We'll need to amend some of these sections. I'll need to amend some of these sections later, but then now we've got backup train stations, so this is fine. We'll definitely need to put a road depot in here for people to be able to use it, because you can see only a small part of the town, pardon me, is actually affected. So we'll need to sort that, but all that in due time. I think I'm probably going to need to do another bridge over here, although having said that, I've got nothing to connect this fuel refinery to, so this needs something called oil sand. So oil sand produces fuel and sand. I don't know anywhere that produces oil sand. Suppliers, so Malton and Marlow, and I don't know where any of those places are. They're probably going to be very, very far away, so I can probably ignore this industry for the minute. Only for the minute, but yeah, I can definitely ignore this industry for the moment. This is going to be a big cash cow here. This one. I guess the question for me is how we make use of it in an effective way. Because the way it's laid out right next to the rivers is going to be quite actually challenging. So, let's start with the easy stuff. So the easy stuff is going to be this brewery. So what we'll do is we'll get a little cargo station. So a little cargo terminus station here. We'll just plonk that here next to the bank. That's not going to be a particularly high amount of money. And we're going to do another terminus station probably here. Layout of this is a bit shit, but whatever. Okay, let's go for a 30-mile-an-hour run. And so we'll get this to connect into about here for a little bit of a pretty penny. So let's work on the slippings. So we'll make this a double slip switch so I don't have to do another junction later on. So we're pretty happy with this one. And then we need to connect this offshoot here back onto the main line. I'm not too concerned with this stuff getting down into backup. So in that regard, this can basically just join onto this here. So this looks pretty okay. Let's make this a double slip. And now we're pretty much good to go. So we'll make this one the backup brewery. Actually, it's the only brewery on Bumley Island. So I think Beans and Badger, I think you guys will agree that Bumley Brewery is probably fitting. I hope. The Bumley Brewery. Featherstone, you're kind of far away from... Oh, fuck it, I'll just make this... East Bumley Farms. East. Fine. So we've done the signaling, or we've done a little bit of the signaling here. So we can definitely start making money off of this line. So what we need to do, actually, we need to focus on some of the main signaling. So we'll start with this one. So we'll do a starter signal probably here. And we'll do a joint signal here. Over on this one, there is a potential for this to come off, so we'll do this with a little side signal. So we'll do a little side signal, and that'll attach to the main pylon there. There we go. So that's looking pretty good now. So we continue into the tunnel. I don't really, this is a long tunnel, but I don't really want trains stopped in the tunnel, because that would potentially mean getting them out is a testicular twist. So you ideally don't want shit stopped within tunnels. You ideally don't want shit stopped on bridges. Actually, I could probably do to level you the fuck out. Given you... Yeah, okay. Let's do the same over here. There we go, that's looking okay. This could also do with a bit of a level out over here. So yeah, that's now no longer looking weird. Same with that over there. Could probably end up doing some forestry stuff. In terms of track over here, let's go down to the 30 kilometers an hour track. And we'll use this to build a set of diamond points. If the game will let me. Fine, so we've got some diamond points there. And I think for this chemical plant, I'm probably actually going to need to curl the train track off and round and actually have the train station here. I reckon is probably what I'm going to have to do. I'm probably actually going to have to do the same with this. So effectively, this oil well is going to have to deliver to here. And then this refinery is going to have to deliver to here. I can make this work, but it's gonna be kind of messy. Fine, let's focus on the signaling for a hot minute, because that's gonna let us. Get shit underway. We'll probably do an overhead gantry actually here. So if we do you and you. Oh shit, some of these should have been one way actually, I never quite appreciated that. So you should be one way with no line passing. I don't actually know if that took, to be honest. Yeah, so you're now one way. So we can change this to standard tunnel, or no tunnel. Which I don't really want to do. Fine, so we need to go and amend all of these signals on the line. So this one is 2-directional, this one is 1-directional, and this one has to be 1-directional. I'm probably going to want a halfway signal, which I'll probably put in here. Because this is a really long stretch. Yeah, this is a really long stretch. Alright, we got some ads going just now, so let's take our time to do some more basic signaling, since it's not the most exciting thing in the world. So this is not going to be one way here. This is going to be one way, and we'll put this signal down here. And this signal is going to be one way as well, and it's going to go here with a little bit of an off-ramp, if I can get to it. I do like these little side signals. Yeah, there we go. So that saves having like a big gantry signal. So this is all nice and sorted. I'm not going to do any further signaling though, purely because, hey Nossolf, how's it going? I'm not going to do any other signaling on this stretch just now, because we're about to add in a shit ton of stations, which is going to change basically all of this. So, ooh, Stockport Waste Management Facility. Where the fuck is Stockport? Oh, that's actually pretty close. I can definitely make use of this, because this is probably going to be one of my earliest sources of steel. Given that I've got iron ore, but I don't have coal fucking anywhere. So my ability to produce steel from normal sources is going to be difficult. But one of the things that's really cool about one of the mods that I use is that town areas produce, I don't know where I can see it actually. Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. So residential buildings produce mail, and they produce unsorted mail, and they consume sorted mail. So there's now an industry attached to houses as well as just moving passengers. But on top of that, the mod also does for industrial districts. So this turns cogs into waste. So you can then pick up that waste, you can put it in a train, you can take it to a waste management facility, and you can recycle it into a small amount of steel. So early game, that's probably going to be my basic thing. You're alive and kicking. Good, glad to hear it, Noswolf, glad to hear it. Okay, all that is food for thought for later. Let's go ahead and put down our cargo terminus stations. So this one's nice and easy. This can go here and connect onto that. That's no trouble. This one I think is going to be one of the problem children. So let's go ahead and get just gotta fucking tilt it. That scared the shit out of me. Let's go to country roads. Take me home. Okay, so we'll have this curl down here, and I should now be able to put in a cargo terminus station here. I'm actually probably going to move the tracks over to the other side, and so this track is going to curl up and go eastwards, so down, on this railway line, so this is going to work now. This one I'm gonna also have to do basically the same fucking thing. So let's have this road come out down here, and let's get the train station. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's try that again. So let's have it come out to about here-ish, question mark, and then come down. And so now if I put the train station in, it fits. It fits, it fits, it fits. Okay, cool, fine. So we're going to have some very curly train tracks here. So, first thing we're going to do, so this is the backup refinery. That is the refinery that is attached to the place of backup, and not like the backup to a main refinery. Refinery. You know, this works so much well. It was so much better if I can spell. So this is going to be the refinery station, and we are going to edit this. So I'm quite happy with the placement of the tracks, but what I want to do is I want to tweak the speed of these tracks. So let's delete them, and we'll get to 15 miles an hour from here, and then we'll do 30 miles an hour the rest of the way. This does so basically the way this game works is the game tries to decide what speed is maximum for your train tracks, but we are going for a little bit more of a realistic vibe with this run. So we're going to control some of the speed limits. I don't at this early stage of the game have speed signs yet, but they will be coming, and they will be important when they do. So we've made this a double switch, so that it slips. So this is fine until we get over the bridge. Okay, fine. Now I need a good place. So I think if I can use the natural relief of the hill to bring this down, this is probably going to be for the best. So from 50 miles an hour, let's have you come off here. Okay, let's actually have you... Wow. Connection not possible. Fine, let's have you come over here. You should actually probably be a fairly even slope, all things considered, because the game starts to look really funky if the slope goes down too much. Okay, and I think 30. Oh no, you will do that. Huh. Okay. Fine. So let's get rid of this, and then let's. Oh no, because we were going to. Well, actually, okay, no. This works the way that it is just now. So let's get rid of this, and we'll put this a slower train track. So 30-30, and then. So this is the It's just shy of 20 miles an hour. So this works quite well. So let's now double slip this, which is going to be necessary for getting trains on the bidirectional way of the tracks. So the backup oil well, fine. So backup oil works station. So we now have a train here that is going to do some things. Now this is going to be my only producer of chemicals, chemical plastics anytime soon. I'm trying to see if I've got anything that can actually turn them into goods nearby. Not really is the fucking answer to that. That's frustrating. Oh, it's over here at Rushton Beans. Yeah, okay, but I need steel for that, so... We've definitely still got a lot of work still to do. So this is now all connected up, so I'm pretty happy with this one. So this is the backup chemical plant. So backup chemical works station. Fine, and so this is going to be doing more of the same. So what we'll do... I'm not so sure how I feel. Okay, let's just have you come over to here. Now, do you look ridiculous? No, you don't actually. You look acceptable. So let's continue bringing you around to about here. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's do what I was going to do originally for the other one. So let's get rid of these train tracks on this side and get the 30km/h tracks here. West Malling Oil Refinery is closing. That's fine. We don't care too much about that. And now then, if we bring this over here, there we go. That's much nicer in terms of price. And then let's delete this section of the track. And we'll make this... There we go. Fine. You're just lurking while you're doing some Witcher. Nice, Noswolf. Hope you have a good time playing The Witcher. Let's do our normal and double slip up this. Oh god, the signal for coming in here is going to have absolute chest hair, Jesus Christ. Fine. So other than this signaling, I think we're good to start connecting these industries up. So let's start on the signaling now. So we'll have this one come over here. So this will be a starter signal here. And this will be no to it being one way. Always add the fan-made town area too. So a mini expansion. Oh, very nice. I didn't realize that was a thing in The Witcher. Okay, let's put the main signal here. And then, oh no, fuck, you should be one way. You should be one way. And we'll make you one way as well. We can just continue what we've been doing with the these little branch signals. Which will go here. That fits on quite nicely to the signal. It is non-functional, but it does at least make it look the part. So now we can get in and out of the refinery station. So this is looking good. We now need to do the exact same thing over here, and we're not going to get away with that. So we're going to need to use an overhead signal here. Let's put down a right dummy. Sorry, it's going to be a right to dummy, and that's going to be here? Question mark. Yeah, okay, that looks quite well. So we can now use a right span to gantry in order to place these so they both fit on. There we go. So again, this small signal is non-functional, but it at least does well in looking the part. We could do with the starter signal here. So basically any trains that come into this line will come all the way back to here before receiving the starting signal. So it means they don't have to travel very far to get back onto the main line if it's not clear when they're attempting to join. And this is not so although in theory this line could travel over here, I don't want this section to be two-way, so I'm just going to have this as a normal signal here. That's fine. We're going to come over the bridge here. We actually need to do a little bit of groundwork because you look silly. Fine, and that is fixed. Now this is going to be a bit of an interesting signal here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to use dummies again. So if we do right 2 is a short signal. Oh, I've not used the gantry version. I was like, why does that look so strange? But I've just realized I've not used the gantry version of the signal. So now we have. So if we do right 2 as a short signal, this basically means any so this is trains. Actually, hang on a minute. You shouldn't be one of you. You should be one of you, because there's never a world where this signal is going to be anything but yellow or red. Hey Skyline, how's it going? The modding scene is giant for The Witcher. Really? I can't say I've ever actually heard of that. Yeah, I can't say I've heard of the modding scene for The Witcher. I mean, it's a game I've never played, so there's no particular reason why I would, but still. And then we're gonna make this signal tall. There we go. So this one on the left, which is the only one that actually freaking works, is going to be for the cargo station. This one here is going to be for the passenger station, and then this one here is going to be for the chemical works. So this now looks the part. I just need something to stop it from floating on mid-air, which is going to be probably here. Yep, there we go. And then once again, we're going to need a starter signal, which can be freestanding, and that one can go. That one can basically go over here. Not going to put any signals here because these are controlled from the platforms, but I do need another gantry span in order to get those aboard. You are just waking up. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I woke up not too long ago. I wonder actually in hindsight if there was a world where I could have put this underneath the railway, but there's still plenty of space for this town to expand, so I'm not too worried about this. One thing I might do, though, because how many people live in this town? 146 versus Sandwich, which is 136. Featherstone. This is actually a fairly sizable town, even though it's out the way. So what I might do is I might eliminate fuck out of this road. Jesus Christ. Mono, he scared the shit out of me. Welcome in. Your body clock woke you up. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes it'd be like that. Okay, let's get a loop stop. And because this is a medium-sized town, we've been using trams in the rest of our shit. So fuck it, let's use some more trams here. So I want to flip you. And I probably want, with road crossings here, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way this looks. So let's plonk this down here. Now this is going to get a little bit messy with the streets, so we want one of these medium streets, but what I might do first of all is pull a small street out the way. This small street is going to allow me to delete this without this house shouting fuck at me. And so we can bring you out to here. There we go. That looks a lot better. And now we can get rid of that for some hot, spicy money. Cool. So if we're going to do trams here, we're going to need a tram depot. So, oh, white rail supports. Get dang. Tram. It's buildings. We're going to need a tram depot. And let's put that one right on the corner. Why not? Why not? Why not? So right now this tram stop does actually affect most of town. But But yeah, I don't particularly see why we can't just have a big loop that goes around the outside here. So let's start upgrading some of this road with tram tracks. So we'll do tram tracks here, tram tracks, tram tracks, tram tracks, tram tracks, tram tracks, tram tracks. And this should be a nice loop that covers a lot of the town. Rather than doing 2 trams on the same line, let's do tram stops in 2 different directions. So we'll do tram stop here, tram stop here, and we'll do one in the middle. So this is going to cover off... Okay, the trams don't go down the commercial district, which I don't know that I necessarily like. But we need another set of tram stops basically here. And now this is going to allow us to make 2 loops. Fine. Okay. So this will be backup line 1. This one's going to go clockwise. So we'll come around here. And then back there. So this will be backup 1. And then we'll do the anti-clockwise loop. Jesus Christ, I can't speak already. So go up the Queensway, the Grove Road, the Park Road, to the High Street, and then back down. So if I'm correct, they should all have the same number of stations, and they do. So this is going to be backup line 1A. Your body clock ran out of battery when you were a teenager. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely feel that. So now we can buy 2 trams. Let's get the ones with 2 cars, because that gives us some extra spaces for our people to inhabit. And then 1 and 1A. So now the train station here, back up. Station, tram stop. Fine, so now everywhere in this town is connected to the train station. So now what I can actually do is I can amend, if I can find where the train is, it's actually over here. So the Port Bumley Featherstone train can actually now become Port Bumley to backup. And if we manage the line, so from Featherstone, oh god, why is Featherstone? Do you know what? I might actually just have to just delete this line. So from Port Bumley platform 1, we're going to go to Sandwich platform 2. We're happy with that one. We are going to continue eastbound to Featherstone platform 2. We are going to continue 400 miles north to back up. Okay, why have you, why? Can I not amend you? Jesus Christ, okay. Alright, hang on, back to Featherstone, because the game's fucked up. So Featherstone platform 2. And then we're going to bring you up and over to backup. Back down to Featherstone. Now we're going to be in platform number 1 this time, because we're on a different direction. And because of the way that this track is laid out, there is the potential for an alternative of platform 2 if platform 1 is blocked. But I highly doubt that is going to become a feature. And then we're going to continue westwards towards Sandwich, which is also going to be on platform 1. And same again, platform 2 is going to be a viable alternative. And then it's going to continue back to Port Bumley to finish the route again. So now we have the entirety of what we've now affectionately called Bumley Island to, it's now added into the train loop, which is pretty good. You wake up between 4 and 7 AM every day, including weekends and days off. God, that's brutal, Skyline. I wake up between 4 and 7 PM every day, including weekends and days off. That's basically what I do. That's basically my thing. Thanks, Nightbot, for, you know, our chaotic quotage. Okay, fine. So we are going to start to see interest in our backup train station from coming live. So let's now make sure that we're happy with the signaling. So I'm pretty happy with the signaling here. I'm pretty happy with the signaling here. Pretty happy with the signaling here. Pretty happy with the signaling here. Cool, okay. In time, as more and more trains start using this route, I might end up adding more midpoints, but for just now, I'm not that keen to. So what we need to do now is we need to go get another train, in order to, now, before I do this, I want to have a look. What is the condition of this train? It's mediocre. I might actually push up your running costs to try and keep this train in good condition for long. Actually, there's nobody in it. There's nobody in this train, so fuck it. Hang on. Let's go to manage vehicle. Let's duplicate this vehicle. And then let's sell this vehicle. Done. Okay. Fine. So that is going to replace that one with a new vehicle. Let's go find that new vehicle. So it's going to come out of one of these yards. Here it is. So manage vehicle. Let's give ourselves some more maintenance costs. So one of the things about running a cargo hub based design like we are doing, basically is that you do end up getting actually more money. It's a light scam, but it is a scam. So yeah. Okay, let's find one of our farmyard freight trains, so specifically one of you. So let's manage this vehicle. We're actually going to duplicate this. So this train number 2 here, we are going to open up. And we're going to put high running costs here. Fine. So we're going to create a new line, and this new line is going to go between the East Bumley farm and the the Bumley brewery. Bumley Brewery Works. So what we'll do is we'll reassign you to the Bumley Brewery Works. And so now in time, we are going to start seeing shipments of grain. This isn't really a grain farm. This is supposed to be like a livery yard farm. So in theory, this would, like, I feel like this would produce cows. And this one would be the one to produce grain. But sadly, that just isn't the way this works. So we're starting to see now grain appear. So when the train finally gets there, that is going to work. That is going to begin to start to pick up activity on the line, which is fine. Is anyone using the train station yet? Not really. There is somebody at this tram stop, though.
Huh?
Huh? Where are you going? Where's this residential building? God, you would probably be faster walking because there's no fucking trains here. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Okay, so this is all ticking along quite nicely. So now what we need to do is we need to make a decision on whether or not we assign one train to do these 3 stations. I think I need to stop putting station in the name, actually. Just do the chemical works. Because when you actually zoom in and it's got the station name on it, it doesn't make sense for it to be like backup chemical works station. Yeah, that don't make a lot of sense. Here we go. We got our little tram, our little bustling tram network starting over here. And Backup's an interesting town. It's actually, of all of our towns, maybe not Featherstone, but yeah, compared to Sandwich, I think that this one probably has the most chance of expanding. I'm tempted to move our headquarters actually, because our headquarters is in a pretty shitty place. I know we agreed on sandwich before, but meh. Oh, I wonder if I've got, because this is a commercial building here. I wonder if we move it over to backup. So if we click on our building, because it's like, look at it, it's a pretty shit. It's a pretty shit position, isn't it? So let's try and put it in. Whoop. Oh, it will just fit and no more. Fine, okay. I think this space was built for our headquarters. So unfortunately, the ooh, hang on a minute. I don't like that. Let's relocate you out over here for a hot minute. Let's do the terrain works and let's just flatten this land to here. And then relocate. We'll try this again. Let's use the height tool this time to try and ensure that it all makes sense. So let's see that one. Yeah, okay, that looks quite nice. So this, as our company does expand, here we go, so it's Hibblejaybob Transport. So as the company expands and things get taller, this will work. I definitely don't have enough. So this is going to be the end, unless they do like a level crossing here. I'm not actually sure if the AI can put in level crossings. I guess we'll need to see in time how it goes. Okay, I think for just now I can probably only really afford one train. Or can I? So the platform length is 80, so let's see what we can do. So looking at the trains that we have, we didn't unlock anything in 1851 there, so let's do a tender engine. And we're gonna want one of those. If we go down to our there we go, the generic good wagon. So if we go down to the fluid wagons, which should be here. So we can get these tank cars. Do we want a square tank or a curved tank? Let's get a curved tank. And we can purchase a shit ton of these. This will get us up to 70, so that's what we want. And then after 70, we can take a brake van. So one of these trains costs us 3 mil. Fine, so until we get up to 3 mil, we have to do this as one line. So this will be the backup chemical works line, I guess. So we'll do a new line, and it's going to go from, it's going to start at the oil works, it's going to go to the refinery, and then it's going to go to the Huh? One of your signals is barking. Is it you, perchance? No, it's not you. The Scunthorpe coal mine is planning on shutting down. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Are you double slipped? Okay. So you to you to you to you. Are you double slipped? You are double slipped. So why can't you get back? The line number 1. We start here. We join this line. Oh no, it's from the chemical works to that. Right, okay. Yeah, that is a smidgen of a problem, isn't it? Yeah, okay, that definitely needs to be 2 trains. Shit. Well, beans and buggeration. Okay, let's just do this then. We'll do this. And then this will be... So this will be the backup refinery works. Of course, before playing again, you just need to add, and that's how it is. That's how it is, Nusswolf. You always go, you know, I'm just gonna add. I'm just gonna check and see if there's any updates to any of the mods that I'm using, and then before you know it, you've added 16 other ones, and then you need to test those mods to make sure they're working and they aren't conflicting with any of your existing mods, and then it's like, oh shit, where's the time? It's time for bed. That is the summary of my existence online, effectively. Of course, yeah. Yep. Okay, so this is our new oil train, the first oil train that we have on the line. So he is gonna haul ass into the middle distance. So we've got a few mil that we need to make up. Let's so we've got one train that should actually be halfway down this line. It's not this one. Ooh, okay. So our train for the distill... Oh no, this is a passenger train. So wait, where is the... here you are. Here you are. So we can get this industry underway very, very shortly, which is good. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to demand this train comes to a stop. Somehow we would communicate with this with him. And he is going to change direction, so a little bit of an abrupt stop. So this isn't the way this train would normally be able to come, but technically speaking, he can come this way. So he's going to come over the double slip switch, and we're going to start picking up some freight to take it to the brewery. This all looks very quaint now, doesn't it? So I'm curious to see how much we're going to get for bringing these two passengers over into the distance. So let's see what it is. So we're at 2 million. We need to get to 3 million before we can afford that next train. Oh, wait a minute. What the fucking HUD? What's happened here? What the fuck? That ain't right. Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with that at some point. I've got invisible floating rails. Jesus. Alright, so this train's gonna come on in here. And let's see how much we get for this. Gonna have a little bit of an ad break soon, unfortunately. Let's see, this might be in the millions, even for just 2 people. No, it's gonna be about 600,000. What? 16,000? Are you shitting me? That is not a lot. That is not a lot at all. Hot diggity dang. Okay, that is not a lot. Fuck. Right, okay, we've got a little bit of a problem with invisible tracks. I don't actually know why. Okay, well, I've fixed it now. That seems to be working a lot better. Fine, okay, that was... So the payouts that you get is supposed to be based on distances in this game. So, yeah, that is certified no bueno. So let's go aboard with, well, as soon as I can work out where the fuck it is. It's not here? No, okay, it should be a lot further east. Ah, here it is. So this is our empty oil train, which is trying to make its way up north. So I guess we can take a little hot minute and just kind of watch this from like the driver's perspective. Watch some scenery for a little minute. opportunity there for a little bit of a break. So we're still waiting on that train to get over to where it needs to be. Welcome back. Thank you, Naswil. Thank you. Cool. Okay. So we're still not really at the point where we can afford the shit that we need, which is a bit frustrating. Also, we're starting to get quite a lot of passengers here. Once we get above 50, we're going to need to start adding wagons to our little passenger train here. Alright, one thing I'm curious to do is see how much money we get for this. So this train's going to dive in here. And we're going to pick up the grain from this little hatter farm. I like that some of the wagons get covered up and some of them don't. It's quite a nice touch, actually. Yeah, that is quite a nice touch. Cool. I think this one is probably going to make money before this other one does. So let's see what we're working with here. Actually, they're probably going to get into their destinations around about the same time, all things considered. So I don't think this oil train is going to make money. But it's not going to be as much money as this, but it's probably going to complete faster. So it's a tale of two halves, I suppose. Okay, so he's gonna pick up speed. Oh yeah, they are definitely gonna get in town about the same time. There we go. So that one nets us 3/4 of a mil, and this one is gonna net us probably at 1/2 mil. Oh well, 1/3 of a mil. I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. Fine. So all we need is a couple more of this, and then we can actually get another we can get another train on the go. Another 500,000 really, and then we can get up and running. We just need something to complete a few more times. I worry I might end up having to get a second passenger train on this line. Okay, so there it is. So let's go to the refinery works. Let's manage the vehicles on this line. I'm going to duplicate this vehicle. So train number 8. Actually, manage vehicles. Let's select both of these and let's pump up their maintenance costs. Okay, so we're going to make a new line here. Actually, let's just unpause it and then. So we're going to make a new line. And this is going to be the chemical works line. So the reason why this is getting its own train is because, yes, there's going to be a bit of deadheading involved, but one, we're already using a method. We're already using a method that's going to generate us a bit of an, shall we say, like an unrealistic amount of money. So I'm not too worried about deadheading. And backup refinery. So let's call this one the backup chemical works. Which only works if I spell it properly. Fine, so if we go to the refinery and the refinery works, we're going to take this new train and we are going to assign you to the chemical works. So yeah, this distance is very approximately half of this distance. So yes, so this train is going to complete these deliveries twice as fast as the train is going to complete these deliveries, which is fine, because for every 2 barrels of fuel that we take to the refinery, that only makes 1 refined oil, and then the conversion here is 1-to-1. Ah, God, the noise that chemical work make is disgusting. God, it gets underneath my skin. Ugh, that's horrific. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So on this island, there's now only really 2 more things I want to do for the railway network before we leave. It's fun how some noises can make your skin crawl. No, I don't even want to think about it, Noswolf. It was horrific. Ugh. Oh, God, that got right underneath my fucking skin. Jesus. So I want to connect this silver mine here to the railway network. And the reason I want to do that is because there is a silver mill just over here. Remember, our plan is... yeah, our plan is to put a cargo terminal here. I think. Yeah. 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 It's between here or here, so if it's here... Okay, if it's here, I don't have a lot of space to work with, actually, in the grand scheme of things. And if it's here, I also don't have a lot of space to work with in the grand scheme of things. Here would probably actually be better, but it would be a longer journey. Got the freaking decisions. Because the train network's probably going to be around about here. Oh, God. Thing is, if I put the cargo terminal here, I'm going to have to get creative. Oh, God, this farm is in a horrific place. Jesus Christ. Whereas if I do it here... God, I was thinking in my head about just having it here for so long. I guess I could just do it here, which is going to give us access to more space. Because this is going to be quite a busy freight terminal. This will give us access to more space. Which will... Oh, Ealing's got a good stack here now. Okay, that's actually quite helpful. There's no other towns over here, so... Yeah, okay, fuck it. Alright, we're gonna put our cargo terminal here. I've got $488 in my bank balance. Fine. So our trains are going to progress pretty much as expected. So the cargo trains that we've got over here aren't actually going to do anything. Which train are you? You are the refinery work, so you're the one who's going to be going into here. So where's our other train? Is this it? No, that's the bakery works. I'm missing a train. Oh, it's here. So it's not made outside of the thing yet. All right, we're up to 1 million. Fine. So let's just get these. Let's get these 2 stations connected to the network, and then we'll be good to go. So right now we have a drop off for wood and a pickup for planks. So we're going to expand this network quite a fair bit. So, vehicle commissions can slow down urban growth. Yeah, that's fine. We don't really care about that one too much. Let's see. So, wood drop off and plank pickup. Oh no, it's plank drop off and plank pickup. Okay, so actually I'm pretty happy with that one just being plank. I'm eventually going to need a drop off for bread, I believe, because there's no point in me having bread over here. So let's configure this with a bread line. So that's going to be for bread, and then we'll need another Cargo platform. Let's do this. Let's start being a bit creative with these cargo platforms. Let's do an open goods shed and a standard cargo platform. Well, actually, let's do it as one of the traditional ones. If I can find the cargo platform section. Yep, there we go. And then we can get tracks onto the other side. Deep. Fine. So logs, bread, coffee, silver. I'm gonna need pickups. So I'm gonna need plastics. Let's just add another 2 platforms to this, and then call it a day. So let's do the cargo shed trick again. I quite like the way that it looks. Oh. Ooh. Platforms, cargo. Oh. I can't seem to expand any more that way. Now, why would that be? Is it because there's no cargo building to connect it? Question mark. Let's try this. And then let's do the cargo shed. No, okay, that seems to be as much as I'm going to be able to expand it. I wonder if it has a maximum width each direction. Huh. Well, that's annoying, because my plan was to bring it down. I guess I could just do another... I could do another cargo station. Let's get rid of this and get rid of this and get rid of this. And then if we do... platforms in the form of cargo. If we do this one here and then... No, because we can't do that. Why not? Something's going on here. Okay, I can't do something here, and I'm not entirely sure why. I wonder if it's like a weird bit of collision or something. So can we do cargo platforms here? We can. And then... let's do this as like a... yeah, so this is like a 2-story one, isn't it? That's a 1-story one. Okay, let's get rid of this in its entirety and do cargo shed building. Let's get one of these 2 stories. Large side building. Okay, we don't really care about that one. We want one of these 2-story ones. Oh, which we which we now can't afford because we're suddenly in debt. Fine. So I think we just basically expand this probably as much as we can. Okay, let's keep it on fast forward because we will. This railway network will make money eventually. We just need to keep going on the fast forward. We're very almost through one town already. So that's quite cool. So let's configure the Port Bumley train station. So we'll grab you. Let's get rid of you, and then grab you as an open goods shed. With some tracks here. And then if we do platforms. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it is a width thing then. Also, kind of silly almost actually that I can't get like an end cap. There is a way of doing this. There's something that's is it under MISC? Side fence. Ah, yeah, here we go, here we go. It's a side fence, is exactly what I was thinking of. So the side fence does allow us to cap these off in a slightly more realistic way, which I quite like. It does look a little bit silly like this, but yeah, it is acceptable. And then from here, okay, I can't really do anything. Can I put like a tiny little building here? Cargo building. Is there like a side building I can fit in here? Well, there is, kind of. I could put a main building, actually. That doesn't look too bad. I'm not really doing it for very much other than the fact it gives me cargo capacity. That looks a little bit rough. But fine, it is what it is. I guess we could just put a little... Well, no, let's do a proper little street in here. Oh, that's a pedestrian footpath. I mean, yeah, actually, I guess. I guess a pedestrian footpath isn't too out of place here. Wobber. Okay, we didn't necessarily want that. We do bring this along to about here-ish. Alright, here we go. Oh, double slip switch. What you talking about? That's actually quite cool. I quite like that path, the ability for me to make pedestrian footpaths. I can actually probably spruce back up a little bit with this. Probably have like a little forest walk that that cuts through back up. So if I do like this, well, it says it's one way. Is it one way? The train is here. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so it says, can I like change your direction? See, I don't think this actually matters, because I think this is like a two-way footpath. So what we'll do is, where is the collision for this house? So it's here. Let's not delete nature, because that ain't our goal here, is to delete the fucking trees. So let's bring this down into here. That's fine. And then we'll do this as a curved path. So let's have you skirt around the forest and then attach to this one. Cool. So now suddenly this has a little bit of a connection, which is pretty cool. Oh, so there's now a little footpath that comes through here. I wonder if we can expand this forest, actually. So, let's do some woodland. Oh, I can't remember if it's under paint tools or if it's under... it's going to be under paint tools. Or is it? I wonder if it's under assets, then. That I might need some mixed trees. All right, does anyone know what kind of trees these are? Let's try and ID it real quick. Yeah, okay, actually that looks not too bad. So let's take the strength down to 1/2, and let's pump up the brush. So I don't think this will cover over anything, but let's expand this area as a forest. Okay, I might need to delete some of that. Oh yeah, no, that will just put them down anywhere. Okay, all right, let's clear. Oh, actually no, let's use the terrain clearing tool. So let's bring it down to what, the size of the tracks here. Oh fuck it, I forget that it deletes our fucking fuck. Okay, beans. Okay, let's actually just use the individual bulldoze tool for this. So this is a nice little forestry train station here. If we go back to mixed trees and do... Okay, that's nice. Nice little area there. Right, we need to put in the shit that we accidentally deleted. So this was a right too low, which is gonna go here. And then this is a right 3 tall, which which will go in here. There we go, that is that back up to scratch. Cool, now we have a nice little area. Some of these trees might go in the future as we look to expand the town. But for just now, this is actually pretty cool. I like the footpath. It's same as City Skyline. It's just a nice way of combining a couple of areas. I could actually do another little footpath from here that's going to lead into that country walk, which might be a little bit nice. I guess time will tell if people actually use it or not, but so question is, can I actually fit it in here? Yeah, okay, I don't like the way that actually goes in. But yeah, so we bring this down. That's quite nice. And then from here, we just cut this all the way down. Here we go, a nice little country walkway. So in time we'll get to see if pedestrians actually end up using this. But for just now, I quite like it. Let's use the tree tool to go ahead and tree up some of this industrial area here. Let's increase the brush strength and maybe the brush size a little bit. So mixed trees. We'll just get. I always feel these games like skip out on trees a lot more than they should. I want some nice green towns. Sorry, I've become distracted by foliage. You know, you can't beat a good bush. Let's do the same thing right over here. Don't worry, the tram tracks are just a bit of LOD issues. I don't care about trees too much in the industrial districts, but for like the center of these areas, probably quite nice to get some trees on the go. Ooh, okay, I don't like. Yeah, I don't like that bush being on the inside of the train track. Fine. I actually saw I'm gonna have to see his name real quick. Let's open up YouTube for a split second. So there was somebody who's who I only discovered after I started getting into Transport Fever, but he does really cool videos focused about the Great Western Railroad. Now I use quite a lot of mods from the Great. I wouldn't say that mine's are mine's is going to be a GWR themed route, mainly because there are other people that do that, and you know, I don't need to be getting into their parade, but they do have the highest quality stuff for the early time period, hence us kind of using the GWR mods. But the person did something really cool, which I want to replicate, but also I'm going to give credit for doing it because it's a really cool thing. So it's Donuts Transport Fever over on YouTube. I'm gonna throw this in chat real quick. There we go. So they do the GWR stuff over on YouTube, and they have this really cool thing that they do. So I'll show you basically what they've done. I'll decide if I keep it or not. Oh hey, we got new. Oh, it's 1852. So basically, out front of the train station, they have like a really small section of track. So I want this version of it. So they have this section. They have a little section of track here, where they have a train that sits, which is quite cool. So they basically go into the GWR things, and they'll have. So for us, it's red tends to be the thing that we tend to use. Is there a cab version of this? No, there isn't. But yeah, so from here we can this. And then just get rid of... Oh, okay, that didn't work. Okay, it needs to be a smaller area than I think it does. So we can put the train here for $1,000 and then put that down. And so you can turn this into like a little museum piece. And I saw this on one of their videos. I was like, actually, that is really that's really cool. That's really cool. So from here, yeah, you can basically like surround it with a nice fence. So if we do here to here to here to here. Oh, I kind of screwed the picture on that one just a little bit, but if we finish this up, there we go. Doesn't that look like a cool little tribute to your railway heritage? I thought that's a really cool idea. Alright, we finally got some money underneath our belt now that it's January. So we've done this area. I wonder if we can actually... So yeah, when we click on... Oh, this is clicking on the port. Oh, wait, hang on. So if I click on this, can I see the road connections? What are we looking for? We're looking for here. So if I click on you... Yeah, okay, so we can see... So yeah, this is a two-way footpath. This is a two-way footpath, so I don't actually have to be too worried about the direction, but I don't want a stop sign icon here. So what we'll do is we're going to go onto the road and we're going to upgrade this. Yeah, okay, so it's a right click to change the direction. Fine, yeah, happy with that one. Very happy with this one. Cool, so now we have a cargo station with some chest hair. Boys, I've just yo-yoed for the first time in 10 years. What, like an actual fucking yo-yo? The fuck? Okay, in hindsight, knowing what I know now, I am quite tempted to move the train depot down here. Let's see about that. So if I wanted to move the train depot down here, this is the wrong thing. Buildings, let's move the train depot around about down here. So let's try and get this nice and aligned. So it's probably going to be about here-ish. You haven't touched one for 15 years. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I even remotely held a yo-yo. We need to bring you up to level. And let's tweak you back. Let's tweak you back. So we'll get you to about here-ish. And if we plonk you down... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All coming up Millhouse. Ah. Okay. Fine. Honestly, it brings more joy to your life than you thought it would. Fair enough. Yep. Can't necessarily fault that one. Fine. So this is going to involve quite a lot of... This is going to involve quite a lot of redesigning here. So this collision, I don't know what you're colliding with. Oh, you're colliding with the fences. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm going to have to get rid of my fences. So let's use the eraser tool. And fuck it, this signal isn't going to make sense after here, so let's just let's get rid of the fences. It does get rid of our wood as well, but we'll deal with that particular problem later. Fine, so let's bring this back to about here. I kind of probably want you... Actually, no. Let's do... Oh, no, because... Yeah, fine. Okay, so they're going to have to slip at different points anyway. So if I bring you to here for 10,000, and then you to here for 12,000. So you need to double slip, and you won't double slip. And you need to double slip, and you will. So this isn't good. Let's get rid of this for a hot minute and see if I can't force you to double slip. Too much curvature. I wonder if it's too steep an angle to double slip. I wonder if that is what the issue is. Let's delete some more fence and see what we can't get away with. So let's go to assets, asset deleter. And let's move all of this back. We can repair our forest in due course. Okay, let's get rid of this one as well. And then we'll bring you down to here. I wish it would tell you if, like, the double slip was possible. Okay, let's try here and see. Yeah, okay, double slip is now possible. So this is fine. Fine. Okay, so from here, what we can do is we can have you curling into you. Because this is all low speed stuff, this is all pretty easy to get away with. You might be a bit more difficult, question mark. Too much curvature. Yeah, okay, we can make that happen. We can definitely make that one happen. Fine. So this Port Bumley is now going to have some good old-fashioned arse here to display for itself. So what we can actually do is bring you into the end of you, which is fine. Okay, so from here, let's attempt a double slip off. You know, it says too much curvature, which is true. But I don't know if I need to worry about it because this area is non-functional anyway. So if we bring you to you, and then actually if I bring you to you, question mark? Could do a three-way split actually. I don't really have much in the way of a three-way junction. That actually looks not too shabby at all. So what we'll do from here is we'll have you split off to probably over here. Actually, I might have you. What's the furthest back I can get you that it still looks halfway reasonable? Yeah, okay, I would take that. I would definitely take that one. And then we'll have you curl in over here as well. And then this is going to be just a multi-split off. Not particularly high speed, but it is at least going to look the part. Here we go. Welcome to the new and improved Bumley, Port Bumley. Beaminster train depot, absolutely not. Can I change the name of you? Yes, I can. You're going to be the Bumley train depot. So the Bumley... Actually, sorry, Port Bumley. It needs to be Port Bumley train depot. Train depot. That is a bit of a mistake. So this will let us retire this one. I say retire. It does look good. Did I pay for this? What is the upkeep of my buildings? 10 statistics, buildings, no. Back up, back up. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be Port Bumley. Yeah, no, okay. It doesn't. Fine. No, I don't think we actually pay for these, so I can just use it as scenery. So here we go. We now have the new and improved Port Bumley ready to accept all of your cargo needs. One thing we do need to do now. Actually, this signal's okay to be there. We do need to fix the signaling real quick. So let's do this one. We'll do this one with right 2. And then let's go here. So back at signals, we're going to go to waypoints. These are going to be little shunting yards. So we're going to want these shunter starter signals to come down here. Similarly, we'll do one here. And then we can probably switch to actual factual starter signals here. So that'll make one there. We'll do overhead ones here and here. These ones are fine. This one is sorted. 1, 1, 1, and you can be just one on the ground up and over here. Fine. Okay. So now we need the assets to work for those. So we'll do a right 3 gantry. I could use a double span gantry, but I quite like the way these looks. I might do double spans for these ones actually. So center span tracks. So 0, right span 2. There we go. I might do that for these ones. Oh shit, are you double slipped? You need to be double slipped. You don't need to be double slipped, and you are double slipped, so this is fine. Okay, one thing I do need to do is I need to pull off a track. So we'll limit this one to 30 miles an hour, and we'll pull it off to, let's call it here. And this is going to be the one that's going to go up to this little coffee farm. So the ground undulation for this is a bit shit, all things considered. I'll try and see if I can get this to connect up, but it might give me the too much slope warning. Indeed it does. Fuck it, let's just take it in like tiny increments and try and get it as far down as we possibly can. God, I'm gonna struggle. I need to start curving it in now. Whoa, this is tight. Can I make this work? Too much slope. God, okay, hang on. I'm about 40% sure I can almost do this. Okay, let's just have you come to here, and we're gonna raise you up. Basically as much as we can. This is going to cost us increasing amounts of money, but we're keeping our 30-degree slope as much as we can. But we're bringing this all the way up here. And actually, I think this is going to make it probably a lot better than the other one did, all things considered. But now we need to start. So we'll hold this one even to here. And then we need to start coming down the hill again. Which seems a bit silly. But yeah, let's come down here. So let's bring this all the way down, at least as much as we can. So we'll do this in as small increments as we can get away with. I'm actually going to need to start curving you here. So we'll curve you here just a little bit, and we'll start bringing you down. We'll be coming down the mountain when she comes. Okay, I think from here I can definitely make this work. So we're going to go to buildings. We're going to go to a cargo station. This is going to be marked as a through station, but it is not actually going to be a through station. So this one is going to come here and serve the coffee factory. So this will be Bumley Coffee Farm. Ha, bum coffee. Okay, so Bumley Coffee Farm, and we're going to configure you, actually. We're going to get rid of these tracks here. We're going to make you the 19 miles an hour tracks, and we'll probably do that here. And then we can bring this up at a slightly higher speed. We once again have money once again, so, Bumley Coffee sounds gross. This reminds me of my RP days when there was somebody who had bum chocolate, which was yeah, a very interesting experience for sure. Okay, so on signals, let's have a non-one-way starter signal, which is going to be about here. And after stream, I hope y'all know this is gonna cause me a fucking crisis. Jesus. Why were you RPing bum chocolate? I wasn't, but somebody else was. We basically have the center span. And then 2 right and then 3 left, we call this, I think. So let's do this. You're going to be one way, and you are going to appear around about here-ish. So we're going to need a gantry which has left 3, right 2. And this is going to look about as horrific as you would expect. So left 1 is going to be a short signal. Left 2 is going to be a tall signal. And left 3 is going to be a tall signal. Oh, we can't actually see for the fucking trees. Jesus Christ. Let's see. So from here... So right 2 is going to be a tall signal. Oh, fuck, I actually need to replace this. And right 3 is going to be a short signal. We need to get rid of this and replace it with a right 3 left 2. No, a right 3 left 3. Jesus Christ. There we go. That is a railway signal of champions. So we need to make sure the driver has good visibility of that signal, which they now do. And we can fill this area with fences and stuff later. But for just now, that's pretty much it. So the coffee factory is now connected, which I'm pretty happy with. Next on the agenda is going to be the silver ore mine, and I'm trying to work out in my head how I go about doing this. So let's look at the topography. So I think here is the best way of bringing this down. So let's do a little bit of country roads. Take me home to the place where I belong. So if we bring this down to here, this will let us put in a train station here. Rotten has developed an oil well. So I think if I cut through here... See, it's rough because if I cut through here, this is arguably flatter in the initial stages, but then it's hella steep coming down, and I don't know where I would be able to connect this. Yeah, no, this just isn't going to work. It's going to have to come up and around here. Fine. Okay, so let's do some tracks. So we'll do some 30 kilometer an hour. About to say mile an hour, but it actually isn't. So 30 mile an hour, fucking 19 miles an hour track coming over there. And now we're going to raise you up as far as you fucking can. Yeah, okay. We'll need to see what we can do here, but this is probably steeper than we're going to be able to imagine. This might actually... Okay, so if we put this as a tunnel instead, where could this tunnel come out? This tunnel could come out like over there. Do you know what? Actually, this is probably a good candidate for a tunnel, all things considered. So if we do here into here... Yeah, fuck it. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that one. So we start bringing you around here. And then... Fine, okay. So let's start, let's do you to down... Let's do half down. And see where we can't keep coming into. So now we're gonna go full down. Full down again. Jesus Christ, this is gonna get messy. Jesus Christ. I wonder if I need to go straight. Because if I go straight, I have slightly more stuff to, slightly more space to work with. So let's get rid of you. And then let's bring you in a small increment to here. And we're just gonna start doing full down nice and early. And then I want this curve. So we'll bring you down to here. We're still full down. Actually probably a little bit further over than I wanted. So let's keep going straight. We're gonna go straight to here, and we're up in the air like we just don't fucking care. Bring you around just a little bit more. Fine, okay, this should work now. So what we'll do is, I need to get rid of my fencing. So if we clear this stuff here. And if we do our train tracks here. So if we come off, I don't want you to be full high. I want you to only be half high. So let's have a look at this and make sure nothing's happening. Because sometimes the game can do funny things. Oh, this is... Oh, fuck, that's going to be a real steep ask. Steep ask. Okay, let's get you up as much as we physically can. Yeah, no, there isn't a world where this is going to let me connect to it. Okay, plan. So let's bring you over to here. Once again, let's make sure nothing's happening. That all looks pretty sensible. So we're going to keep going full upwards. And then from here... No bridge. Okay, let's start curling you over. You really want to make a bridge, and I don't want you to be a bridge. However, a small little bridge is probably acceptable here, all things considered. Okay, let's, now that we've widened out this track, let's get rid of this shit here. And then I can actually probably connect these guys. Alright, there we go. A little forest, high altitude forest viaduct for our trains to enjoy. So this means we now need to change our signals. So let's go ahead and get rid of these railway signals here. And we'll need to do something a bit more creative. So we're still going to leave this as a one-way signal, and it's going to go here with an offshoot. We'll do a starter signal here. And then we'll do... you over here. So you do not have to be, in fact you should not be one way. And then in terms of our additional things that we can add, we can put a little side signal here. Fine. So this is going to be fine for us to resume the fencing on, which is probably going to take me a while. Fencing is, you know, that's something I'm going to reserve for after stream for sure. But yeah, okay, so now we have coffee connected to the port. We have fuel connected to the port. Everything here is connected. The only thing that isn't is the steel mill and the other steel mill, but that's okay because we don't have a use for steel just now. Also, the fuel refinery, we don't have a need for this just now. So everything that needs to be connected is currently connected. There's a few people... Oh god, okay. There's a few people waiting here. Jesus. I might actually grab us. So backup 1 seems to be the main thing. So let's go ahead and duplicate... Oh, not got enough money. Alright, let's wait until... Oh, actually, let's buy some... Let's buy some money. Manage vehicles. Let's duplicate this one. There we go. So we can expand that one. Okay. So here's our trains that are coming to do stuff. Oh, that is not making an awful lot of money. Upsettingly. Yeah, how much have you got stored? 25? I wonder if because of the timings involved, I maybe have to like reduce this down to one train. Oh god, you're so slow, Jesus Christ. What can I do to slow down this train? So let's manage the line. So the backup chemical works here is where it offloads, and this is where it loads. I wonder if I just do like a minimum wait time, if this helps. So the chemical works, let's do a minimum stop time of... Let's just do 3 minutes. And maximum out to 5 minutes. Now let's see how this looks. So this train is gonna come in. Because what I need is for this train to, you know, be just a little bit faster. So now this train has cleared the signal. This train is going to pull up into its place. Let's see. Actually, he should get out of the way fast enough. So yeah, it's almost, I just need this train to come down behind. So he's going to come in and drop off his supplies. So this train is going to produce us 25 oil. Not the train directly, but the oil reserves that he's going to drop off is going to produce us 25 oil. Let's replay some more loan for the moment. And so now we've set a stop time of 3 minutes. So this train is going to pull in here. And he's going to offload that for some $100 bill. Let's repay that loan. And then that's going to allow him to come in here. Honestly, I get the feeling it doesn't even have to be as long as 3 minutes. Manage line. Let's say 2 minutes and see how we go. 120 seconds. Yeah, okay. So train will wait for 2 minutes, and then this is perfect now, because by the time this gets there, that is going to be 2 train loads. And that just changes the balance around just that little bit more. So now, by the time this train gets in here, we should be working with about 50 on the oil works front. Let's see, so this train goes past. Now this signal is going to be red. So this train's going to pull in here for a hot minute while this one goes past. God, that train's barely making profit, but that's probably because of our increased maintenance fees that we are doing on these trains. So now when we get here, it should be 50, and indeed it is. So we're going to load all 50 oil, which is going to max out this train. And now we're going to start to see this make a bit more in the way of profit. Fine. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this one. Fine. So Bumley Coffee Farm. This will be the Bumley ore mine. Bumley silver mine. Bumley silver mine. I need to get into the habit of having these guys all have the same station names. Cool. Okay, so that's going to be it for just now for Bumley Island. Remember, industries can open and close, so in the future we might have to you know, we might have to expand on this a little bit more. But now, as soon as we get money, we're going to be focusing on our... we're going to be focusing on this area here. Now, this is an annoying fucking area to deal with. God dang it. Okay, I feel like I'm going to want a freight terminal in here. It's going to have to go up the hill, though, which is going to be quite messy. This isn't the shallowest hill in the world. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We need a little bit more money before we can get started with this one. Ooh, okay, actually hang on, our train station is getting a bit busy. So this is 34 people are trying to get away from this station.
Huh?
Eleanor Johnson is going to Industrial Unit B, which is in Featherston, that looks like. So she's going to go work in the factory because this is the 1850s. We still don't need to add any more things to these trains. But we're getting pretty close to it. We could probably add more trams, though, to this line. Because right now we've only got one tram on the go. Actually, we could do to replace it. Fuck it. So let's replace you with one of those. And then let's duplicate you. The rest of the stops are okay, so hopefully 2 trams will deal with this load. Featherston's okay for its tram situation. Backup's okay for its tram situation. Beaminster, the port, still looking okay. The little shitty thing that doesn't click together. Messy as fuck. So yeah, we've still got one vehicle doing the runs, which is barely making any money at all. But do you know what? Its goal isn't to particularly make a whole heap of money. Yeah, this is looking like a like a proper little railway area. I'm quite happy with this. I wonder if you should actually be a little bit further. This fucking sign has chest hair. So this freight terminal here, I expect, is going to be pretty busy. So I need to have a little plot in my mind about how I make this work. So I probably want the train line to come up over this hilltop here. Oh, God, this is going to get rough. I actually probably want the train line to come down the mountain on the other side. Fine, so the train line's basically going to come out of here, around, and along. Ugh. Oh God, this is going to get hella messy. Yeah, this is going to get hella messy. And it's basically just because of the terrain here. Like, this is calamity terrain. Yeah, okay, Jesus Christ, yeah, this is gonna get hella rough. Because I ideally want this to be 4-tracked. So this is gonna be a bit tasty, because it's gonna have to come around here, and then only from here can it start climbing up this mountain. And coming up and round and down, and oh, beans and buggeration in the bugger nation. Fine. Okay, alright, so I'm gonna go for a little bit of a break to refresh my drink, which isn't gonna be a very long break at all. Also, actually, I wanted to see, is anyone actually using these footpaths? People do tend to walk quite far in this game, but I'm not currently seeing anyone using any of these footpaths. I think they do prefer to take public transport. What's our headquarter level? Our company score 4. I think once you get to 15, you start up leveling, so... yeah. I might eventually need to start doing something with this. The Brumbra oil well. Fine. Okay, let's leave you with the scenic view of... Where's our passenger train? Oh, here's our passenger train. Let's leave you with the scenic view of our passenger train cutting through the woodland area, and I'm gonna go manufacture a drink. Anyway, the train's just coming up to the tunnel once again, so all you're going to see is basically darkness for a little while. I wonder if it does actually light up the tunnel, or if it does just keep you in like perpetual darkness. Let's see. Also, one cool thing is you can see how loaded your train is in this camera. You can basically like cut out the cabins. Oh Jesus Christ, he's got them sideburns, twins sitting right behind him. First class, there's a little bit more say, second class. It does light it up. It does light it up. That's cool. That's cool. Fine. Okay, so that is us just now for this. Can I demolish an industry? No, I can't. Fuck. I can demolish parts of an industry, but I can't demolish an entire industry. Which is slightly annoying because, yeah. It would have been ideal to be able to get the train tracks around here, but I could delete these fields and get the train tracks here, but then I can't get past this, so I can place industries. That's one cool thing I can do when I have the Munai, but, yeah, a little bakery. Yeah, we can't really do anything over there. Oh, the mail sorting center's pretty cool looking. You know, I might actually have to put additional wagons on this train eventually. 43, so our capacity for this train is 54. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Right now we've only got one town, which is Beaminster. I think once this starts opening up a little bit more, it'll become quite interesting. Forgive me a second. Alrighty, sorry about that one. Alright, let's, we still got an hour and a half of this stream to go, so let's get this shit show on the road, huh? We are going to, oh Jesus, I'm just noticing the shadows on this clip. Yeah, okay, so, our next port of call, oh yeah, this artificial delay is working a lot better. We're starting to make hella a lot more money with this train. It's still running at a loss purely because of how close it is, I think. Oh, actually, it's not that much of a loss. Jesus. Fine. But yeah, we need to commence phase 2 of our operation, which is going to be putting down a cargo harbor. I don't want. I'm probably gonna keep the port here for passenger stuff, as shitty as it looks. So this is going to be an exclusively passenger harbor. And I want you facing the area where the land is flattest, which is probably going to be here, I reckon. Let's get you as cheap as possible over here, which we have done. Oh, actually, it needs to be a large terminal with 2. This is going to be our starting conditions for our boat. Here we go. So this will be Port Ealing. And this is going to form the basis of the southern freight terminal. So all goods in this area are going to come down here. Well, actually, probably only to here. I'm probably going to do another freight terminal here because I'm going to need to carve out a canal for ships to get in and out of. Or at least I want to carve out a canal. Maybe we can have like a port and freight terminal. Yeah, we'll need to see. That's all stuff for the future. So right now we've got our big ass port, which is fit for a large ship, which we'll purchase soon enough. We've got 1 million on the card, so we're going to get a cargo terminus station. Not planning for any yeah, we're not planning for any passenger services in and out of this. So what we'll do is we'll put you to here for 500 thou. And then, so if we say Port Ealing, and let's see if we can configure this. So the one thing we're going to need to do is we're going to delete all of those, and we're going to get them with you know, some more numbers in play. So let's get rid of all of this. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's get these appropriately speeded. Which they... Oh, okay. I need Moon Eye. Let's just max out this loan, because fuck it. So, configure. Let's go back to these 19 miles an hour lines. We'll get you to here, you to here. Let's do you into here. I can do the same on this side. Now, hang on a minute. Can I actually put down a cargo platform? Okay. So I can do this on one side, but not the other. I wonder why that is. Then I have to do a cargo platform here. We can do okay, so I can keep going on one side. So it's weird. It's kind of weird how this math tracks sometimes. I don't know that it necessarily always does. Let's use this opportunity to replace some of these outer buildings with cargo platforms, so cargo goods sheds. Let's make them opened to here and here. And then we can expand this up as we need to later on. Need to crack open my brewski there. Is there somewhere I can make tools? There is, but it's over there. Oh god, okay, that's kind of slightly awkward. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Oh god, I was wondering. I just saw this like icon of a train just Hail Marying it at warp speed down the line, and I was like, why is that? What's happening? But it's this. Do you know what? We need to manage this line. So at the sawmill freight, let's do load if available only. And then at the other end, we'll call you a minimum stop time of 60 seconds. That's what we'll do. That'll hopefully help. So yeah, this is interesting. I don't actually know how the platforms work here because there's no platform numbers on anything now. But this train effectively has the ability. So if we do Port Bumley cargo, Port Bumley. So if we manage the line, so you actually have the ability to drop into platform 1. Oh, which you can't do. Why can't you do that? Oh, it's because of the signal. Could not connect all. Yeah, okay, fine. So we need to get rid of you, actually. Yeah, so this needs to be the last signal before this one. So platform 1 is acceptable. Platform 2 is acceptable, 3 is acceptable, 4 is where we are going. Platform 5 is not acceptable. Platform 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we can stop at any of those alternatives. Similarly for this one, well, we want to pick up from platform 4 here, so yeah, there we go. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. That's gonna stop there and net us some money. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Okay, so I think we need to now have a little thunk about where we want this train station to be. So I either put it here and then it crosses the road. This is going to be a one-stop terminus, although it's quite a big town. I think there's only going to be one train that comes through here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So what I want is for the line to effectively come up and cross this road here. Come over here, come down this hill. Okay, let's just use our standard tracks and we'll do U into U. Too much slope. Why we've got too much slope? Let's just keep it level over the level crossing. Like so. And then we'll do U into U. And then we'll actually give this a little bit of space. That's what we're going to do. And then we'll do U over to U. And then U over to U. There we go. Ah. Oh, okay, these did not end up at the same height. Okay, tell you what, let's delete this. Let's delete this. And delete this as well. So let's use our terrain tool to flatten this for a hot minute. So I want everything to be this height. Yeah, that looks dirty as fuck, Jesus. I want everything to be this height for just a little minute, only so that I can do this. So there's no dips in this road here, so that's good. And then if we do here into here, that's looking alright. And then here into here, there should be no dips between the tracks, which there isn't, and there should be no dips between the two level crossings, which there isn't. So now if we go and switch this to a 2-track level crossing and this to a 2-track level crossing, there we go. That looks okay. That looks okay. And then we can do the rest of these adjustments whenever. Fine. Fine. So let's start getting ready to put down the train station here. So let's do GWR train station. So we'll do this. I'm going to put it as a through station, but it is actually going to be a terminus. So, let's rotate you all the way around to here. Bring you around a little bit more. And then can I raise you up by 1 so that you're not quite so... Nope, okay, the terrain manipulation tool is now no longer working. So I think if we bring you to here. So Ealing Station, let's go to Misk, and if we do the cap end. Oh no, okay, it is too close. Okay, it needs to be just a little bit more. Needs to be a little bit further away. Fine. So there's another industry getting ready to close. So let's get ready to... I don't necessarily want this. I don't necessarily want this to be too far away, because then it's going to be hard for me to put a... Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to put a station at. So we do have a little bit of an end cap here. Let's configure this again, and this is a terminus station, so we'll use slow speed tracks for this. Boom and boom. So slow speed, slow speed, slow speed, slow speed, slow speed, slow speed. And then we're going to put in a cargo platform. So cargo platform is going to go here and here. And so now we have a cargo terminus to this as well. So Ealing as a station is now covered. Can I do anything that like improves the look of this at all? No. Cargo stations are so freaking basic. Actually, one thing I can do to improve the look of this, let's delete this for a hot second. And then if we go to cargo sheds, we can just put a basic cargo shed down. And there we go, that at least looks a little bit more like the part. So we now have a station here in Ealing. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit a little path through here. No, that's going to be quite difficult. Because I could theoretically fit a path through here, but... oh, actually, there's only a tiny little house here. Yeah, if we get rid of that, that should be fine. No. So let's do you into you. And then let's do you into you. We can connect this as a path. And then bring you round to here. And then change your direction. Cool. Righty folks, we're about to have some ads, so I'm gonna go play about with some trees and spruce up my cities and things. And I'll see you on the other side of a little ad break. Why not? For those of you that are subbed, we're going to make this area look a little bit prettier with the brushed tree tool. So here we go. We kind of fix the appearance of this. I do want the path to still be visible. Yeah, okay, that looks quite alright. Oh, there we go. We've actually got somebody who's taking the path. She's kind of struggling down the route, but she is in fact taking the path. Is there like mixed bushes? I'm not really sure if there is. I guess I could make him. Okay, that looks dog shit and out of place. Okay, let's try and let's trim our bush a little bit, folks. I don't mind if they are near to the side of... Okay, I can't delete this one for some reason. I don't mind if they're near to the path. I don't want them to be on the path. So if we look at this from her perspective, other than the fact that she's having a bit of a dizzying time, shuggling side to side, they are taking the paths, so footpaths are a viable strategy. And this is quite a nice woodland walk to get to the... get to Yieldy train station. Yeah, okay, actually, there's quite a few people taking this. So Ealing, what was not easily connected, so this was only connected to here. This is now much more connected, so actually this isn't too bad of a footpath that we have put in there. I'm pretty happy that we noticed that that was just a one-off little thing. So there's people going to use this footpath to get to and from the train station, which is pretty nice. Okay. So what we need to do is effectively connect this now. And I have to have a little think about how I do this. So if I can keep the train... If I can keep the train at this height, we can go down here, work our way down slowly, and then cross over here, which will be fine. Okay. I can make that work. So we're going to have a little bit of a scuffed level crossing here, I reckon. So I need to take my time with this one. So let's go to tracks and go back to our vanilla track. And I ideally want to get this one right on the gradient. We're then going to use terrain manipulation tool to flatten this to around about that height. Purely so that we can get the second track side by side with it without looking weird. Yeah, okay, there we go. That looks fine. That looks fine. So, from here, let's bring this over to here. And this over to here. And then we raise too much slope for rip. So, let's try and bring you as hard down as we can. You as hard down as we can. And funnily enough, if I do it in smaller increments, it is quite happy with me. So let's bring this just all the way along now. So fingers crossed that's not going to have any height differentials. Indeed, it isn't. And so now we can connect this up to this. Here we go. So that's fine. Okay. Let's make this quite slow track, because this is going to be a big, complicated yard, so we're going to want this one as slow as is possible. So we're going to bring you straight out to pretty much here. And then from here, we're going to start working our way directly upwards. So let's go to 15. And we're going to do this just in little half-height increments as much as we can. We need to try and get the curvature right. This should be a little bit easier, I think. I mean, I say that dip is pretty fucking far down there. Try this one up to here. This one up to here. Oh, beans. Okay, I might actually have to start doing that one earlier. Fine. Let's keep these guys here as a reference, and then let's just see what we can't get away with here. So we'll start slowing this track down. So we're gonna come fill down over here. Fill down over here. Start the curving in. Fill down over here. That's actually too much curve to the left. Fill down over here. Nope. Fill down. See, I feel like when it bridges, it doesn't want to go down, but yeah, okay, it actually does. Beans, 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 beansy, beans, beans. Okay. Fuck, this might not actually work for what I want it to. This might just be too steep a hill. I wonder if we can bring the tracks up here and then have them curl around. So almost like in sequence with these ones. So what we'll do instead, let's just get rid of all of this for a hot minute and see what we can do with that approach. So if we take our train tracks over here, let's actually just diverge this one off. So let's diverge it off to here, and you are looking actually okay. So you come off to here, and you come off to here. This is fine. So from here, we're going to start really dipping this track down as much as we feel we can get away with. You over to here. You to here. We can see it's starting to get a little bit steeper again. You over to here. This, I hate to say it. Well, not really, because I'm glad, but this actually looks like it's probably going to frickin' work. I hope. Yep, okay, so now we need to curl you in. Bit more. And then a bit more again. Oh god, this is gonna be so fucking tight. Too much slope! Fuck! Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's delete this and then try bringing this round again. I think the principle is sound. I just think I think we maybe brought it over just a little bit too soon. What I was trying to do is avoid the fact it gets actually quite steep here. So I'm gonna start a very gentle curve. Very gentle curve over here. Keep it going. Keep it going. This is low speed lining anyway. This actually isn't too shabby. And then from here, I think we can come to here. And yeah, this is effectively going to fit. So now if we go to 30 and we extend this out to here, let's have it come slightly upwards. Let's do the same with this one. And then, oh, actually, too much curvature. Yeah, okay, didn't think necessary about that. Okay, delete this part of it. And now let's try the 50, question mark? Too much slope, are you shitting me? There is no way that is too much slope. If I do that manually, that is not going to be too much slope. So let's have you come around over here. And then come down. It's not. It is definitely not too much slope. Definitely not too much fucking slope. What are you talking about, video game? What are you talking about? Too much curvature. Fuck off. guys, the game's bullying me. Okay, let's bring you over in a straight line just for 50 meters. Too much curvature and too much slope. Really? Fucking really? Do you know what? I'm actually missing a valuable opportunity here to do something a bit more sensible with this. So let's hold on to the startings of this here. Let's turn this on its head. So let's get rid of all of this. So we are going to do a cargo platform like we did there. So trains, buildings, cargo station, but we're not going to make it a terminus this time. We're going to make it an 8 platform, you know, deal from the side. So let's curve it around a little bit more. And so now I don't actually have to have it curve all the way north to then come, you know, northeast. Now all I have to do is curve it to the northwest and I can connect it right in there. So this is going to work a lot better. What I can do is I can... Oh god, I hate the way this looks. I might just get rid of it. Oh. Oh, where as well as refunding the whole ass station. Jesus, okay. Fuck me, I guess. Fine. Let's do a cargo station. Let's make it 120 meters and we'll just do 1 track. Okay. 120. What one gives me a large fucking station as the basis? Ooh. Ooh, okay. Alright. I don't know why you suddenly got side buildings on you, but I will take that. Yeah, okay. Alright. So what we'll do then, given the amount of times that we've effectively had to rebuild this, let's go ahead and delete all of this stuff. And we're going to replace these with cargo buildings. Like so. Still there, lurking, and still adding a few more mods. You know, whatever floats your boat there. Fine, I can't add any more tracks onto this. So here we go. So this is going to be our cargo terminus. So one thing I definitely want to do. Let's go to our let's actually reconfigure this station again. So we're gonna put a little bit of an end piece on here. I wish there was a way of doing this with the normal track, but there honestly isn't. So let's put some end fencing on. We'll do it here, which will let us do it here. Can't do it here, annoyingly. Let's do it here, let's do it here, let's do it here, let's do it here, and then here. No, okay, actually, do you know what? I was gonna have a plan, but I might actually just tweak that plan just a little bit. So let's get rid of this bit of end fencing, and this should let me put in, yes, should let me put in this low speed track, which is good. Which means I'm gonna be able to connect this forestry industry, gonna be able to connect this mine. Fine, it's all coming up Hibble. Who the fuck is messaging me? Let's see. Okay. Fine. So the last thing we want to do at the Port Ealing station is we want to put in these. Oh, this is track that I need to put in. Yeah. Okay. Fine. So we'll do this as a crossing here, so that people can get over to this last one, so they can use the platform to come over here. So this is going to be a dead end. except for here, and this is going to connect these industries. And then this area here is effectively where the main junctioning is gonna be. So we'll do the 30-mile-an-hour tracks. And we'll bring that to, well, fuck, okay, let's see. Let's just see at what point we can get this, this to. So this is the outside of the outermost thing. So just small segments as much as we can. And we're gonna start bringing this around. Not very steeply, but with as much descent as we feel that we can get away with. Which is probably going to be to about here. I'm trying to see at what point it hits the ground, but it's hard to when this is in the forest. So, still coming down. Still coming down. Okay, and then I think this is it back at ground level. So from here, if we use the slower track, oh, actually, I might just be able to get rid of this one. So from here, if I use the slower track to do this, so connect you to about you. Well, actually, where did I say the line speed was? So the difference is fuck it. Put this track here. Fine. So this will be our 30 miles an hour track. So we're going to be doing a lot of bridging here. So I'm actually going to use the landscaping. This will cost a bit of a pretty penny. Actually, that would have looked cool as a viaduct. But yeah, okay, fuck it. I think it's going to be cheaper in the long run if I do this one. So we can bring this track down, and we'll start following them one by one. The track number 2 here is going to come down and join this area here. Fine. I'm going to throw in a bit of track, which I'm imminently going to delete. We can delete this. And we'll do the same for this little segment down here. So we'll do 1, 2, and 3. And then delete that one in the middle, so we've got a little bit of a gap between them. What speed did I assign to all of this one? So this is all, okay, this is all pretty high speed stuff for the most part. 100, 120, yeah, so we'll use the vanilla track for this until we get off here. So actually, oh hey, it's 1903, look at that. Look at that. Fine, actually I'm gonna need to do this here, aren't I? Let's get rid of this one, and then we'll do 1, 2, and 3. Get rid of the track in the middle. Get rid of this tiny little bit of track here. So everything from here is going to be 50 miles an hour. 50 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour. We'll bring that out and round, and then we'll do the high speed section, which will take us back over here. Now, ideally, at some point, there would be some way of getting a line from here back over here. Is there a world where I can do that? I'm not entirely sure there is. So, hang on. We've unlocked some new trains. So, let's go to one of these train depots and see what we've got. So, at the train depot, we have unlocked the 1853 versions of this stuff. So compared to the saddle tank, the saddle tank has more power, less emissions. That's a newer, higher quality train there. This is coming in for those passengers. That was quite cool actually with the depot right there. Cool, pretty happy with how that's looking so far. We do need to connect this station. This is going to be a one-off offshoot. Alright, let's just connect up this first, and then actually I can worry about the rest of that. I keep trying to get ahead of myself, which I 10 out of 10 don't want. Okay, let's just get, fuck it, I'm gonna need to do a bit of throwaway track that's gonna be attached to like all of this, because if I don't put this down and then get rid of it, I think the game's gonna do weird things. So let's just keep this in place here. Actually, that should probably be fine, all things considered. So we'll bring you all the way around to here. Oh, which I can't do because there's too much slope. Oh, wow. So all the way around to here. Too much slope? Are you kidding me? I don't actually think there is too much slope, so I'm gonna do the build anyway. Yeah, there's no difference in slope there, so I'm pretty content with that one. And then if I connect you into you, actually let's bring you up to here just a little bit more. You to here, you to there, you to there, you to there. There we go, that's looking okay. So it still says too much slope, but I'm going to click build anyway because I'm 47% sure that there is not too much slope, and then we can definitely delete this track here. This track was just for show. Ah, alright. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. So now what I should be able to do is if I use the slower track, connect you to you, and you to you. That works for me. You to you, and then you to you. And then using this here slower track, I can do an offshot that's going to bring us over here once there isn't enough curvature. So if we call this one... let's call it to 120 is the offshoot, and then this will let me double switch this, which is good, and then I can connect this into here. That's looking good. And then we'll do the same over here, so let's wait until the distance is... oh, actually, doesn't seem to want to let me connect it in. I guess I could do 120 and have it meet over... well, where's... ah, here we go. Okay, so junction here is at the same place, so let's call this this, and then this is going to let me double slip it, which is good. And then we come back in here. Oh, it's taken us a while, folks, but it looks like we've got this shit sorted. Thank the giddy goose for that. Ludlow now has a forest, so this is something. I can't remember what speed track did we say. Oh, this is from here. Fine. I want to avoid the railway crossing here. Let's see we do a fairly high speed slip. Let's do this one. Too much slope. Okay, tell you what. Let's bring you at 50. Well, let's bring you to here. So we're quite happy with this, aren't we, game? Let's expand this so that we're above 30 miles an hour, which is fine. So game's quite happy with this. And then from here, I should be able to do a curvature onto this. Can I double slip this? I can. So this is now connected. We're quite happy with this. Let's upgrade this railway crossing to 2-track 1. Now, the only other remaining question for us is there a world? Is there a horrible, horrible fucking world? Let's put you to here. So this is too much curvature, isn't it? Yeah, so it's gonna have to be after this, isn't it? Too much slope. I don't actually think that's the case. I mean, it might be the case, but I'm not the world's most convinced that that is true. So what we'll do is let's use this track here. Let's try and make a slow speed track that's gonna come to here. And then let's slip this across all of these tracks. So this is slow speed, so we'll do it at 100, but let's make sure that we can get the double slip on all of these. And indeed we can. So this would mean, let's try if we bring this. Can we not have you come upwards? Okay, that works. That definitely works. Now, does this look weird? Is there anything weird going on here? No. I mean, there kind of is a little bit, but it's not too shabby. Fine. So now... Oh. What track did I use for this? Well, actually, let's just upgrade this. Yeah, okay. No, let's just keep that. Oh, yeah, let's just keep that at 13. From here, though, I think we'll upgrade to 50. So here's the question. Can this get down far enough? And it can. Oh, it can. Okay, so this is going to be a very important part of the railway system. So this is going to allow reverse trains to come over here. The other thing that I need to do is have this come over here. So we'll need to see if this can be slipped, and it can. Cool. So actually, all things considered, too much slope. I don't know how true that is. Let's build you down to here at 30 miles an hour. And then going back to 19 miles an hour, let's have you come back into here as a junction. I don't think this is actually too much curvature. I would be surprised if that is the case. What are you doing, game? What are you fucking doing? Yeah, okay, if this... Let's get rid of this segment here. And let's do this into you. I don't think this is too much slope, so we'll do the build anyway trick. There we go. Alright, we have a pretty industrious railway network. So now anything that wants to access any of these two tracks can. Anything that wants to, pardon me, interact with any of these two tracks now can. Anything that wants to interact with these ones can. Fine, okay. So the other thing that we need to do, which I'm going to need to do as close to over here as I can. So I have a slipway coming from this way down this way. So anything that's coming down this line can get onto this line if it needs to. Same with these ones. But what I need to try and do is get it so that anything that's on this track can come up onto the other one. So, let's do from here over to here. Ooh, 80, that's quite compact. And let's see, I can double slip this and I can double slip this. That is definitely gonna work. And then I might just do... Yeah, so leaving isn't really that much of an issue. But coming in, anything from this track that might want to get onto that one, that's going to be a bit more of an issue. Let's try... I wonder if that can be slipped in, actually. Let's try getting rid of you for a hot minute. Grab onto you and try too much curvature. I don't think there is too much curvature. I might just build this one anyway. Yeah, there's no way that's too much curvature. Fine. But the key question is, no, so this can't be slipped. Fuck. So this platform can't be used unless I do something like... God, this is going to be god-awful. Okay, that's not going to work. But if we do... Seriously? Game, what are you playing at? What are you playing at? Let's just get rid of this for a minute. To be fair, actually, hang on. I can see an option that is going to help. So let's remove the slippings from this. So if we connect this over to this track here, there we go. This is going to work. I want it as tight as possible so that I can trigger the double slip. Oh, sorry, I want it as shallow as I can probably get away with, so I can trigger the double slip, which I've now been able to. And then I can do the double slip over here, so I'll need about 80 for this one. So by pushing this back by a little bit, I have been able to open up this. So any train that is coming down here can go into this area. And anything that's coming down this one can go over there. So the only thing I need to think about now is, do I want a... Yeah, the only thing I need to think about is how I want this railway to behave, because at the moment I have it positioned for an up fast, down fast kind of situation. Now to signal, I don't mono. I'm not looking forward to the signaling of this. The other thing I need to do is I need to have a fairly high speed double slip over here. So let's make this one 120 of them thar meters. You can be double slipped and you can be double slipped. Jesus Christ, this is having chest hair now, isn't it? Goodness griefness. Goodness griefness. I don't actually know what I'm gonna do with this farm. This farm might... This might have to be a road rail network to get stuff up to here, and in which case there might be a world where there might be a world where I'm going to need to put in a second set of cargo tracks over here. So let's grab the 30. Can I connect you? Oh, I can. Actually, rather than connecting you into you, let's delete you. And then let's have you come up and over into here. There we go. That looks a lot smoother. And then this little cargo track can then come over. And we'll have that one merge probably around about here. There we go. That looks quite a bit nicer. I can then put a truck station in. So if we do a compact truck station, we'll do a standard one. It's going to have 2 terminals. It's going to have town roads. It is going to have a wall and gravel with lighting and... I don't really care for footpath connections. Okay, let's have this one come over here. So this is going to be a fairly big looking truck. Well, is this even going to work? This game does funny things with these little truck stops, but do you know what? They're kind of worth it in the end, so Oh, hang on a minute. You should be 10 vanilla. Dupe. Yeah, okay, fine. I might upgrade this street into a town road. Oh, that upgrades a hell of a lot of road. Yeah, okay, let's not do that one just now. So this stuff over here can be brought over here, so this is fine. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Cool. So eventually this track is gonna go over and cross into this area here, connect up this stuff. Which will allow us to use the coffee, which will be pretty dang bangin'. I feel like the marble is probably going to be one of the first things that we focus on, though. So as for this train track, we want it to come over here. So we'll do the vanilla track, and we're on. Oh, I was going to say we're on reasonably flat ground, but actually we fucking aren't. We really fucking aren't. Let's try and have this stuff come up. Well, let's have it come here first of all. I don't want to slow down too much. Let's try and keep the curvature to, I guess, 50 mile an hour. Which for here, I'm gonna have to do like a pseudo track in order to keep the Part of me wonders, instead of doing up fast, down slow, down slow approach, I wonder if I do a up slow, up fast, down slow approach. That would probably make just that little bit more sense. For here, so let's see, so trains here. So if a train is here and wants to get over to, yeah, this could work without me having to change very much. Yeah, okay, fuck it, let's do that. Let's definitely do that. Let's definitely do that one. Fine, okay. Yeah, okay. Ooh, okay, you're pretty fucking squint. Okay, let's bring you over to here. And the tighter curvature that's on some of these inside blades is probably going to slow this line down a little bit. I might just, if I get rid of you, yeah, okay. Fine, I can make that work. I'm actually just going to stop this here. And you're going to come over to here. 48 is acceptable. So let's have you come over to here. Oh, that's gonna really tighten that up. Fuck. Blains. Maybe not then. Maybe fucking not. Okay, let's try and keep this at 50 miles an hour and we'll bring it halfway up over here. We do 51. Boom. Boom. Get rid of this. And then we'll do boom and boom. So let's see how this looks on for size now that we've smoothed it out a little bit. I don't care about the fact that we lose a couple more miles an hour. Okay, maybe I do care that we lose a couple more miles an hour. Fine, let's maybe not for a hot minute. Let's keep going upwards. So we'll do this in 50-meter increments. And we're on quite a steep uphill here. Oh, Jesus Christ. 50. We're still on a real steep uphill. I guess I could bring us over a little bit more. So let's see what happens when we come over here. This will eventually be fine. I'm about 40% sure of it. Okay. So, let's do to here. Frickin' here. Ooh, can't seem to connect to you for some reason. That's a bit weird. That is a bit weird. Oh, okay. I can't. This game's detection of what is a parallel track is sometimes really fucky-wucky. It just gets incredibly scuffed. Watch me, I'm going to get the other side of this hill and I'm going to regret having brought this track up so much. But now in the center track, we're going to refund it. We'll refund it up to here. Oh. And come on now. Alright, now let's try this. Okay, 60-40 and it looks nicer. Okay, yeah, happy with that. Happy with that one. Definitely happy with that one. Cool. And we can even delete this weird-ass little bit of track in the middle. Fine. Okay, so this is going to be our main line on the mainland. And our first stop for this is going to be this factory here. So let's do 50 miles an hour and let's get a little bit of track on action going on there. So as slow as we can, let's curl you. Okay, I don't actually think there is too much slope going on here. Okay, let's do a little bit of a weird junction. So too much curvature I can deal with. So I don't think there is an issue with the slope here. Looking at the way that looks. So let's click build anyway. But it won't let me do my points. Oh, fuck. Beans. Beans, 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 beans. Beans, beans. Beans, beans. Actually, I wonder if this is a more sensible place to peel it off. So let's try coming off this way. So let's try a little line that comes over here and then circles back into this one. So too much curvature and too much slope. I don't necessarily see a world where that's true. But if we do this and then do I wonder if there's this gap between them. I wonder if that's what's causing me problems. Let's just have temporarily a line between these two for now. And can I do this? No, it's going to give me the too much slope warning. I can do it. Can definitely do it over a longer distance. I don't know if this is the place that I want to peel this off anyway. I wonder if we just do this across the junction. So from here, let's bring a bit of track out. And that looks halfway decent except for the fact that I can double slip it. So let's try again in a way that's hopefully going to allow us to double slip. Which is a yes. And then if we do this in tiny little increments, coming around as much as we fucking can, I'm confident we'll eventually be able to get this right. So this is fine. So this part is sorted. So what we need to do now is do a junction from you into... Oh, actually, you should be double slipped. We'll try it at 70 meters, and if I can double slip this is fine. So this will be one way, this will be one way, and then this will only be one way from up here. So this isn't too shabby. Let's get our train station in place for this. So let's do 100. Fine. So this will be the Ailing Silver Mill. And let's try picking up the speed a little bit. So we'll do from you to you. That's absolutely fine. And the good news is that once this is done... Oh, okay, this is going to be the tricky part of it. So let's do the curvature over to here. Which is fine. The speed's going to be allowed to open up a bit more. And actually, yep, that works quite nicely. Okay. Fine. So now that we have the silver mill connected, we can actually start connecting our industries together now. So we have Port Ealing Station and the Ealing Silver Mill. I'll tell you something though. I must admit that I'm not massively looking forward to doing the signaling for this. This is probably going to take us to the rest of the stream in order to be able to do. But it is what it is. Let's go ahead and grab a country road. Country roads take me home. Fine, so I want this road here, and it is going to connect over here. We will do our train station, cargo terminus station. It's going to go in. Oh, that's not actually particularly ideal. We can change that one though. So what we can do here is we can do the 30 and attach it here, and then delete this. And then we'll do 30 track. So we can have that come over, and that looks pretty dandy. And then going up to 50, this track will effectively just come over and bypass all of this. We don't really have to worry about that particularly much. What we will do though is we will get our railway depot. So we'll curl that round a little bit more. And we'll place it, why don't we place it here? And then we'll do a 30 track, which is going to peel off of this. Wait, what? Why aren't you detecting track? Wait, what? Oh, did I? Hang on a minute. I might need to. Yeah, okay, fine. I see what issue has occurred. Let's delete this. And we'll do you at 50. So there to there is 50, and then 30. So I don't think configuration not possible. I think that's how it needs to be. So I think I actually need to delete this. So let's go back to Port Ealing, configure it. Let's get rid of this track. Warning, use with care. Bulldoze anyway. What happens? There's a collision. Ah, okay. It won't let me bulldoze this. Beans, and buggeration. Okay, so it's gonna need to come... It's gonna need to come effectively over here in order for this to work. Need to be very careful with how I implement this. Okay, that's acceptable. That is acceptable. Too much curvature on that, though. God dang. What about, is this double slipped? Okay, let's double slip it. So now that it's double slipped, I can delete it. And then I might be able to, yes, perfect. Okay, let's just see what other things we can add in here. So we might be able to make a little rail yard like we have done before. So if we bring this on up to here, and then this on up to here, we can at least make this look something of the part. Actually, I kind of want you to be the one that connects in here. Too much curvature. Curve these nuts. This is gonna be non-functional anyway, so I guess I don't really massively care if or if not it is non-functional. Because we can have that one come over there. Yeah, I don't really care. Let's just build anyway. Fine. So that now looks the part. This is going to be called the Sandwich Train Depot, which I don't want. This is going to be the Port Ealing Train Depot. Where's Sandwich Train Depot number 1 and 2? Oh, okay. Is that these ones over here? Are these both Sandwich Train Depot? Yeah, they are. They are. Fine. Okay. I'm not looking forward to signaling this. Alright, first things first, we need a ship. Okay? We need a ship to be able to do this. So we're going to create a new line. And this is going to be the Port Bumley to Port Ealing route. Port Bumley, Port Ealing. And we are going to get 2 ships on top of this. Well, we will eventually. I don't think I'm going to do it now. But we're going to get a large British coaster, which will allow us to move things between them. Oh, look at this big chungus of a ship. Cheers in an unscheduled rum and coke. I'm having no such thing today, you'll be pleased to know. Okay. So, with this now done, what we can do, we now need a train. And this train is going to go from the Bumley Silver Mine into this one. So we're going to need to initiate a bit of a name convention. Oh, I think I've already started it actually. Port Bumley. Bumley Silver. No, I haven't, I don't think. Oh yeah, I've called it the Bumley Hub. Actually, okay, yeah, that is a thing. So, Bumley Hub to Bumley Silver. Silly names, I know, but chat has spoken. So we will do this into Bumley platform number 1. But also available will be 2, will be 3, will be 4 if needed. 5 I don't really want to use. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Here we go. So the potential for Bumley here. If the platform it wants to use is busy, then it can use a different one, which is pretty freaking sensible. So for this now, we're gonna need a train. So I don't have 45 tractive effort, not a lot of horsepower. If I use the tender engine, it's got more horsepower and a slightly higher top speed. We'll use red, which is the color of cargo. Blue or green is the color of passenger services in our little empire. let's go ahead and see the good wagon. So I need something that can transport silver ore. So this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. Is it a hopper wagon? That does look like silver ore. So we're gonna have a hopper train here. We'll grab the one, the 50 capacity, and let's get a brake van on the back of that one. So this is gonna cost us just under 3 mil. But we will purchase this, and we will assign this one to the Bumley hub, Bumley silver. So now what is going to... Oh no, nothing is gonna happen now. Because I need to do... So this will be the Ealing hub. So now we need to do a new line between the Ealing hub and the Ealing silver mill. So Ealing hub, Ealing silver. And now we need to go and get another train that is going to be identical to the one that we just made. So we'll add this. Let's get our wagons. So we said a hopper wagon is what we need for the silver. And indeed it is. Actually, if we do an open wagon... Oh. I'm scheming here. So I might be able to use a different kind of wagon. So if I do a 5-plank wagon... Yeah, if we transport this in a 5-plank, then this train can actually bring the silver back to here as well. So this one train doesn't have to empty head. So what we'll do is we'll grab this. Now we can't afford this, so we'll have to grab this for now. And we can always expand it later. And we're going to put this in the line of the Ealing hub to Ealing silver. Here we go. So now the game is going to pull together a very extended cargo network. This game is going to realize that silver ore is connected to the train network, which is connected to the port, which is connected to the port network, which is connected to a different train network, which has a request for silver. So as we can see, silver is now piling up on the docks here. And so, yeah, we have our first little something on the go. So there's no, although there is a very, very complex myriad of stations and things, there's no need for us to... just try something actually. Is there a world where I can... No, too much curvature. Oh, too much curvature, I don't have enough cost. Okay. So... Why? Why did you do that? You were double slipped. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so at some point I'm going to have to put a junction after this one that's going to allow a train to go onto this one. I guess it can do it later on, but... I'd rather have the option to be able to do it earlier as well. But yeah, fine. Yeah, okay, cool. I think we're basically getting close to rounding off of this stream anyway. I no longer have money and I no longer have the ability to take out loan. So I can't do the signaling, which is what I was going to do to round off of this stream. So instead what we'll do, let's watch the journey of our silver. Is what we'll do. So we'll double up the speed so it's not completely insufferable. But this is our silver train now, cutting through Sandwich. Actually, we do this and then this. Oh no, okay. All right, let's just do it with this. So our silver train has committed its journey through Sandwich. The signal's open, the gates open. We're not going to get as far as Featherston because this hill is We did expand a lot this week. Yeah, we did a lot. Actually, I was only expecting to get to the north end of what we're now referring to Bumley Island. But we built the start Humans little train now over in the main, effectively. So here we've got the signal. It's only partly for decoration. We're technically taking that back signal, so we're just going to slow down a little bit. 20 miles an hour. It begins its very steep uphill climb, which you can't God it does while the train is empty. We get this little forest viaduct, which I was I quite like this a little forest viaduct that over further up the hill a little bit, but then go straight into another little cutting. And as we run down the other side of this, we are going to be at the Bumley Silver Mine. Very, very cool place. Oh, I forgot about the tunnel actually, yeah. The tunnel worked out being the best way of doing this. Weird info of the night. Fun info. All living beings emit optical light and disappear when you move on from this life. Physicist here in Oswald. Do people emit light, or does the ambient light around them reflect off? Humans are bioluminescent, but is it optical model? Humans actually have bioluminescent stripes. So here is all of our hot, spicy, and silver ore. So we can see we're at the Bumley Silver Mine. Get some bum silver on the go. Yes, Mono. Yes, Mono. They do emit light, but Noswolf's exact wording is optical light, thus optical as in within the optical spectrum. So something that a human could discern as red, blue, yellow, white, you know. Yes, optical light too. Is that true? Is that true, Mono? I would need to look that one up. But then I ain't no bio. It's just too faint for your eyes to pick up. Let's investigate that while we're looking. Human bioluminescence. That would be cool. I'd be happy to be proven wrong on this one. You're right. Yeah, it is in fact in the optical range. Yeah, okay. Very happy to be proven wrong on that one. There we go. We've all learned something today. Just two phase. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it is indeed. It's not. It is too faint to see, but it is within the optical light range. So there you go. If you have something to pick it up, then yeah, it's doing it live. I mean, to be fair, again from the physicist point of view, everything with heat emits light. In an ideal situation, it's kind of referred to as like black body spectrum, which is basically like it's a peak curve that's related to temperature. So the higher the temperature of a black body radiation spectrum, the higher that frequency peaks. So it would go from infrared to visible light to ultraviolet and further beyond that. Alright, our journey. Wait, where's our silver? Have I been scammed? Where's my silver? Oh. No! Where's my silver? Let's repay some of our room here, real quick. But the next step of our journey is about to begin. So as our train approaches the signal with absolute fucking test here. Oh, wait, why can't we... Oh, because there's a train coming up this way. Oh, that signal doesn't actually have test. So we're going to go and deposit up this silver ore. And then we can begin the next. Also, you don't memorize information that would only be taken seriously by the men in black. Oh. Okay, so our silver drops off in Port Bumley. And it's suddenly going to appear on the dock in Port Bumley. So as it so happens, our good ship here is going to load. So we've got 150 units of silver ore. Have you only got one? Has that only got one capacity? Oh, that's not good if that's only got the capacity for one thing. So anyway, Port's alive. So our 50... let's repay some loan here actually. So our 50 silver ore is currently making its way. There's a silver ore trade in the distance. So eventually we will get like we'll probably have 3 ships going between this. I didn't realize this only had one. Hang on a minute. I want to investigate this real quick. So, because you see the compartment, so 2 compartments. Yeah, this has only got the 1 compartment. Shit. Okay, that's not necessarily great. We might be better off doing this with like 3 riggies. Because this can carry a lot of stuff, but it's only in 1 compartment, so it can only carry 1 compartment of that stuff. So, that's actually slightly annoying. Slightly annoying indeed. I didn't realize that about the British coasters. I thought with a capacity of 150 they were going to be multi-compartment, so I guess I'm kind of scammed there. Dang. Look at all the grain that's just chilling in the cargo shed. What's really funny is that, like, this is so close to the branch for the ore train. Like, if I did this as a bridge, then this would be like nearly nothing. Yeah, that would be nearly nothing. So this stuff's gonna come in here. We're gonna get our $100 bill for it. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Okay, that's just awkward. That's just an awkward flex. My ship in Christ. But journey complete. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Nice. So we get a wee cheeky 1/4 mil for this. And now the silver ore journey is going to go from the port and get taken over into the train station. So now when our train comes back, which will be momentarily, the journey will complete. You know, I actually have no idea what the fuck silver is actually used for. Silver. What consumes you? Machines factory, and goods factory. We changed this name. Hang on, let's go and... What did I call you? You were... Ettington. Yeah, okay. Fine. So, if we come back now to, so it's used in goods and it's used in machines, which is good to bear in mind. So now for the final step of its journey, do you get payments for every mode of transport along the way? Yes. Yes, you do. So if you artificially, like, if I transport goods from this field to this bakery via a train station that is like over here somewhere, I will get literally billions for it, even though I have cut down the amount of stuff that I'm producing. So, you know, sometimes it's a bit funky, but yeah. But yes, the money you get is exclusively based on distance. God, this train station's got a chest here, look at that. So here comes our silver train now. Oh, we've got another little total of this. So it's going to come up and over that. When we get signals, this will be over on this side of the track. Crossing here, and then it's going to come off. Very slow part of the track, and then it is eventually going to complete its journey. Boom. Wee cheeky third of a mil. So there we go. Silver from the mines to the silver mill via the port system. Oh, repay off another loan. Would you look at that? Right now we're only moving silver, but I think eventually we are going to get more ships than this in. Because this is a very expensive ship for how little it does. So yeah, that's not a great. But as we start getting more and more things into the mix here, this will be pretty good. I think next step is probably going to end up being probably chemicals, all things considered. Probably chemicals, and then we'll be doing the bridge over here. So next time out, we're gonna start with the bridge over here. So I guess we could call this South Bumley Island. No doubt my friends will strong arm me into that one. And then after that, the world's our oyster. We have to slowly start working our way up here. This is going to be so complicated to do, because trying to fit 4 lanes of train through here is going to be a little... Is there a little pond there? Oh, there is. Yeah, trying to fit 4 lanes of trains through here is going to be an absolute fucking ball ache. Speaking of ball aches, this fuel refinery is actually in an absolute dog shit position. The train tracks are going to have to cross here and then come up and around. It'll probably be worth it for this one. But then, the most important thing here, actually... Oh, yeah, okay. One thing that we definitely can do is that we can start bringing food into Ailing. Because that's one thing that we're not doing now. But we are producing baked goods. Yeah, we are. We are producing baked goods. And so all we need is to bring that down into port, and we can put this into the trade network, so we can actually start something we haven't done yet, growing our towns. This is all looking pretty good. So let's have a look at our little area here. I just realized, actually, this game is prone to crash, and I set the autosave interval to not being very long, so yeah, that wouldn't have been very good. That wouldn't have been very good. You said the cities grow and expand, right? Do more modern industries also pop up around the map? Nuclear chem plants. Well, so we've got chemical plants now. They do modern. That noise goes right through me. Ugh. This is, like, you can see how many levels this has got. So supply, demand, so production's at 50, shipments at 0. So once production, shipment, and transport start getting into this area here, we will start to see this up level. Right now it's not up leveling, and I was trying to find something that is. So yeah, we haven't done enough shipping of this yet. But yeah, eventually we'll start to see things up level. And they'll modernize in appearance and function as we get more and more resources going to and from them. But that's kind of it, mano. That's kind of it. So got our train here. I was curious to see because we had a big man symbol over here, which means there's more than 50 people at Sandwich Station. So our passenger train is danger close to requiring an extra carriage. Gee, yeah, well, yeah, 25 people is on the port. Look at that. Look at Harley with his. Hang on. Look at Harley with his little chops and his top hat. I do like the amount of detail that you can zoom in on. Okay, so let's have a look and see what our headquarter level is doing. So our headquarter level is, we're now company level 5. We were 0 when we started. But no, I think we were 1 or 2. I don't remember what we were when we were something when we started. We've developed a new transport network around backup. In particular, we have extended our train line from Featherston, initially east into the mountains, and then eventually north through the mountains towards backup, where we have now initiated a chemical industry, which I won't click on again because it's a disgusting noise that runs right through me. We've also got alcohol. So in time I'll be able to take that alcohol to... Actually, I can take that alcohol to... Oh, I thought it was down here actually, but it's not, I'm mistaken. Yeah, here we go. So I can take the alcohol to the food processing area to go and make some more bread, which will add to the network, which will be pretty freaking good. Hey, Cecilia. Hey, Mono. ECC, you've come in right at the end of the stream. What happened to the money? I have been repaying our loans, so we have unlimited overdraft. We do not get fined for using overdraft. So as I have money to repay loan, I repay the loan to bring down the interest, and then, yeah, I just wait for it to uptick again. I will eventually make money again. So, yeah, hey, all good. You've been gaming yourself. Good to hear it, Isacia. Good to hear it. So, yeah, in time, we'll be able to take, the Bumley Brew over to, you know, the Stockport food processing plant, along with the beefsteaks that we get from eviscerating cows and fish. We can take them over to here to get some more bread for our network, which will, it means this bakery here will not be quite as strained in terms of the resources it needs to do. Because right now, once we get more trains, see, there we go. In a heartbeat, we've immediately gone to plus 2 million. So yeah, initially this bakery here is going to be the only thing that is feeding Ealing, Beaminster, and probably Stockport, actually, until we get shit up and running a little bit better. One thing that might be advisable to do next time out is get this canal built. Because if we get this canal built... Oh, this looks horrific, Jesus Christ. If we get this canal built, I might actually be able to get some of this resources down here, which would be quite good. I don't have a marble mine anywhere, which is slightly annoying. But yeah, I could certainly take this stone and this coal, combine it with this iron, and drop it off at the steel mill. And then we get steel production. We get steel production, then we get, we can get goods. And if we get goods, that is going to satisfy... Oh, there's nowhere nearby that is requesting goods. Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay, fine, whatever. It is what it is. Some nice juicy mountains. Yeah, there is. There is. So yeah, sorry. I got halfway through a recap and I forgot. So let's restart. So we started from Port Bumley. We have heavily expanded Port Bumley, so now it actually looks like a proper bastion of industry as opposed to a mild train station in a long forgotten countryside. We continued. Well, we did nothing. Well, actually, no. We have added the Bumley coffee, so you can now get fresh bum coffee. Bumley coffee. Well, not yet, because we need to process it into coffee beans, but we'll start that one next stream. So that's been added to the railway network. Bumley Silver Mine has also been added to the network. I wish I had more tunnels in this. Can I see? Oh, God, no, okay. Yeah, 10 out of 10 do not want. Oh yeah, with a nice little wooden viaduct over there. Yeah, bum coffee. So basically when we started this, so when... I suppose at some point I should probably tell you all the story of this. So when I was getting ready for this, this series as you know, as an entity, I was testing all the mods and made it, tried to make it work. And basically when you generate a map, it just gives you a bunch of English or American or like Asian sounding names, depending on where you select your area to be. I said the UK, so it's given me it's given me English sounding names. And yeah, so one of the towns on the kind of test map that I was doing was called Burnley, and my friend misread it as Bumley. Misread it as Bumley, so it became a bit of a meme. And then as soon as I actually started this series, they requested that this port be Port Bumley. So this is Port Bumley, and this is the wider Bumley Island, which has the villages of Sandwich, Featherstone, and back up on them. So yeah, that's the story of where that comes from. Oops, you've got ads. Alright, okay. Yeah, okay. Them pesky adverts. Them pesky adverts. Jesus Christ, a lot of people are trying to travel from here. Fine. Okay, so let's wait for the ad break to be over, and then we'll finish our recap. Actually, we'll use this opportunity to go and see who is in fact around streaming wise, because I need to be keeping up with my friends. Rectum is still alive. She has been streaming for so freaking long tonight. It's been crazy. She had like a 24-hour stream, but she had to restart. So this is all part of her birthday celebration. So it's been a little bit crazy. But we raided her yesterday. Actually, is there anyone... You're back. Welcome back, Isacia. Welcome back. Okay, fine. There's not really anyone who has a suitable stream for transport fever. So I'll end up going to go raid one of my other friends, I reckon. So yeah, so the recap. So that was the story of why Port Bumley exists, and now Port Bumley is an institution upon our island here. But yeah, so oh, there we go. There's the autosave. So to recap, we connected the coffee, we connected the silver, we continued this route up and got the brewery up and running, got the chemical works in, and we got a nice little transport network within backup up and running. So this is starting to look like a nice little town here with waterfront residential buildings. We also relocated our headquarters here, so this will change in time. And there's also a nice little path which allows the connection between the train station and everywhere else. So in time people will use these, but now is not one of these times. God, this really is getting quite busy, Jesus. And then that was the first half of today's stream. The second half of today's stream was getting set up for Port Ealing. So we now have a new transport hub to work out of on the mainland. we have a forestry area connected up, and we'll be able to connect up this easy enough next time. I'm in two minds about whether I connect this farm to here and have it come round, or if I connect this farm to here and have it come up, because the main line is going to come down here. Actually, I think the latter sounds probably a little bit better. But yeah, so we have developed probably the most complicated aspect of our train network so far. This took quite a fair bit of doing. So we've got a nice train network here. We've got line that comes into Ealing proper, and we have the setups for going over here. So we're set up we're placed pretty well for the next stream. But yeah, that's going to be it for me for tonight. My part and parcel of my earlier stream times means that I'm starting my streams earlier and I'm ending them earlier. I had a look at who else was streaming Transport Fever. There was one person who had a sexual themed stream warning, so I'm like, do you know what? Do you know what? That ain't for me. We're going to be back streaming tomorrow. We're going to be doing some more Oblivion. And then after that, I may do a stream on Saturday night late, but I may not. I don't know. But then after that, I'm in like hospital quite a lot next week, so I'm basically just gonna take next week off. So tomorrow at 7:30 is gonna be our next guaranteed stream. There may be one more stream after that, and then I'm going for a little week-long break. I'm thinking. So why was it Bumley? Oh, did you miss the entire explanation, Isacia? God dang it. You said you had the ads at the end of the explanation. Basically, the short version of it was the game spawns around a number of names. And when I was doing a test map for this, one of my friends misread Burnley as Bumley, and then it just became a meme, and it's kind of taken form for there. You missed half of it because of the ads. Yeah, sorry. I had the message come up on my end when just as I was finishing the explanation, so I'd hope you'd caught it, but yeah, it's fine. It's all good. So yeah, we're gonna end stream for tonight. We're gonna go raid a good friend of mine, Scarlet Rose Plays, who is currently doing some RP as her deputy character. We used to do a lot of RP with Scarlet, and we do miss her dearly. To be fair, Burnley isn't great. No, it's Bumley. And then there was a whole meme of like West Bumley being the bad part of town, and then the Bumley Mafia appeared, and I don't know, it got super messy. Anyway, we're going to go show some love and support to my friend Scarlet Rose. We'll be back tomorrow for some Oblivion. Scarlet is lovely, but be good and safe if you don't see you tomorrow. No problem, Nuswolf. Thank you for dropping in. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Everybody's lying right now.
Because I'm that good, Sunshine, because I'm that good. Alright, let's get Robodoggy in the deployed position. Let's get our grenades out. And then let's get the worst tunes for base assault you've ever heard in your life. Let's rock. Let's go! See if he notices us coming. Stealth is made a lot harder by the fact that you're following me, you dick.
They're not all that.
What? Fuck! Bad touch all round! Oh no, we're good. You're Gucci. Fuck yeah, boy. Go on, Naked Knuckles. No. Naked Knuckles, no! Hi there, Mr. Bradshaw. Pleasure seeing you again.
Yeah, good to see you.
I believe Mr. Julio and Miss Isabella have just taken the boat over to come and see you.
Well,
how did we choose the same time? Oh Lord. Oh, this is the worst. Oh god damn it. Okay.
I mean, are you?
Shit. Shit. Oh Lord. We were supposed
Ray,
I'm back.
Korean, I'm very sorry. I don't know if you're.
Oh, no face!
Holy fuck!
Jesus!
Can we beat up No Face?
No.
I think we leave.
Oh, I already have the truck stopping.
Now I've configured the reactor so I can run 4 power cells at the same time on it.
Oh god, we're gonna die in nuclear hellfire!
Yes, we are.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Diego, man, fuck him anyway. Mwah.
Diego.
Piece of shit, people.
Is it because